never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is urging Congress to approve his Ukraine funding request before the holiday recess.
Congress needs to pass a supplemental funding for Ukraine before they break for the holiday recess, before they give Putin the greatest Christmas gift they could possibly give him.
He made this appeal in the Oval Office while alongside Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who had earlier directly appealed to lawmakers for additional support on Capitol Hill. This call for urgency coincides with the likelihood that lawmakers will conclude the last week of the legislative year without reaching an agreement. For many, the holiday season is the happiest time of the year. However, the hectic schedules can impact our mental health. Mental health expert Bradley Dirks from Kansas State University advises being mindful of stress levels during the holidays.
We're driven by expectations, and there's external expectations of the family. We've always done this in the family, and therefore it's your job now to maintain this, and there's expectations we place on ourselves.
According to the American Psychological Association, nearly 90% of people surveyed reported experiencing increased stress during the holiday season. 20% of black voters express a preference for an alternative candidate rather than choosing between President Biden or former President Trump in the upcoming year, according to a Gen Forward survey initially covered by Politico. This poses a challenge for Biden's potential second term, considering the pivotal role black voters played in his 2020 victory. The movie Wonka, starring Timothée Chalamet, is anticipating a debut of $35 million, aims to attract family audiences during the holiday season. Although the debut weekend of the adaptation of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory fell slightly behind the $41 million debut of Dune in 2021, which was the highest-grossing film starring Chalamet. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
New Hampshire's Governor Chris Sununu is expected to endorse Nikki Haley for president. Reports say the governor of the swing state will endorse Haley during a town hall tonight in Manchester. The endorsement could give the former South Carolina governor a boost in her push to emerge as the leading Republican alternative to Donald Trump, who's currently the Republican frontrunner. It's now less affordable than any time in recent history to buy a home. Mortgage rates slipped to about 7% last week, the lowest in several months, but they are still more than double what they were 2 years ago. Typically, high mortgage rates slow down home sales, and home prices should often as a result, but not this time. It's Taylor Swift's world. We just live in it.
Proving once again why Time Magazine named her their Person of the Year, Taylor Swift has donated $1 million to the Tennessee Emergency Response Fund at the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. She did attend high school in one of the counties that was hit by a string of tornadoes over the weekend that left at least 6 people dead and dozens more injured. I'm Corey Myers.
Bridgerton fans, you are in luck. The 3rd season of Bridgerton will debut next spring. Netflix announced part 1 of the season will debut on the streaming platform on May 16th. The second half of the season will follow on June 13th, and each part will contain 4 episodes. Dave Collins, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs. And if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
That is my cue. Well, welcome aboard. Here we go. Another day just like that. We will turn the page on the calendar. Hey, what day is it? Midweek coming on here. 13th of November. I'm sorry, December. Don't get a month behind here. Yeah, counting down the days to Christmas. So how we doing? Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, not a bad night for travelers out there. I'm beginning to see our developing storm system. Just the first signs coming together, as in some rainfall in the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle regions. And we're going to watch that transition to kind of a rain-snow mix between now and Thursday. Right on the heels of the big stormy weekend, even as a storm brought tornadoes to the Tennessee Valley, heavy rain to the east. We're now focused on the new storm brewing. This is going to be a southern tier of the country storm this week. And it's going to begin to put down some snow over the southern Rockies and the high plains before headed down toward the Gulf Coast states. A lot of rain, gusty winds, some drought relief in parts of New Mexico, and some fresh snow for the ski resorts. But it will be putting a damper on many outdoor plans, from holiday activities to a day at the beach. Yeah, from Texas to Florida. Florida's going to see a lot of wind, a lot of rain out there. They're actually talking the potential Fort Lauderdale could, if this system develops to its full potential, we could see another incident where we had like 10 inches of rain falling in Fort Lauderdale. They've had several such instances already this year, absent any tropical characteristics. So what are we looking at? Some of the mountains in northern New Mexico and southern Colorado may see 6 to 12 inches of snow from now, Wednesday to Thursday night. Snow spills into the lower elevations of the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles, southwestern Kansas, and central New Mexico. That's looking ahead Thursday night to Friday. Yeah, we could see some totals approaching 24 inches over some of the ridges and peaks in south central Colorado and north central New Mexico. So obviously travel conditions may deteriorate along that stretch of I-25 from Albuquerque to Pueblo, Colorado between now and the end of the week. It's going to be a big rain event along the Gulf Coast as high pressure just kind of is parked over the Midwest and eastern USA. That's suppressing all the precipitation southward. So it's going to be southern Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and on over into maybe parts of the Carolinas. Consequences of the high and low pressures bumping together. A lot of wind once again. Stiff east to northeast winds, averaging 15 to 25 miles per hour sustained, 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts, especially along the Gulf Coast and Florida's Atlantic coast. And this is going to be a long duration wind event. I mean, starting today all the way into Saturday, they tell us. Rounds of rain across much of Florida. Looks pretty certain later this week, especially in the southern half of the state, as moisture from the Gulf Stream arrives and perhaps tropical moisture from the Caribbean. So let's take a closer look at Florida. There's been no stranger to wet weather this year. I had mentioned places like Fort Lauderdale. They're actually eclipsing their rainiest year to date. They've seen 109 inches of rain in Fort Lauderdale as of December 12th. Now, just 100 miles to the west, Naples, Florida. Amazing that they're facing the driest year to date with less than 23 inches of rain observed all year as of Tuesday morning. Now, this upcoming weather pattern is going to add to the rainfall totals in both of those areas. Gusty onshore winds along Florida's east coast have already prompted red flags at some of the area beaches. As we head into midweek here, persistent onshore winds and expanding coverage of dangerous beach conditions over the southeast coast is going to make it a real pain trying to plan a trip to the beach. But this persistent easterly flow from the ocean, it's going to cause water to really begin piling up on the southern Atlantic beaches, leading to water backing up into some of the tidal rivers, including the St. Johns in Florida, the Savannah in Georgia, and the Congaree in South Carolina. In addition to the wind here for the second half of the week, showers, thunderstorms rolling in from the Atlantic will increase the risk of flooding across eastern Florida. Looking toward the weekend, heavy rain and flooding is expected to peak across Florida as this developing storm in the Gulf of Mexico probably looks to completely wash out areas across the peninsula for the upcoming weekend. Now, as this storm takes shape this weekend, heavy rain may also increase the chances significantly for flooding along Florida's Gulf Coast region. So again, just beginning to see the first signs of this system coming together. Winter storm warnings in place there in south central, southeastern Colorado, north central, northeastern New Mexico. Anticipating some snow. We'll see if advisories expand on over into the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region. Aside from that, though, tonight, things relatively quiet out there. Not a bad night for moving freight, as Philly Dan says, good morning. Hey, what day is it? Timothy out there checking in from Rocky Mount, Virginia. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down 35 here in Fishkill, New York. It's back to Schenectady once again tonight. Captain Ron is in the house, checking in from Gainesville, Florida, 55 degrees. Semper Fi. Good evening from the Home 20, Pittsburgh, PA. There's Brian saying hello. Had to put the truck in the shop for injectors. I'm just kind of wondering, Brian, did you try the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator? Prior to that, I'm not sure what type of truck you've got, whether you've got the oil side with the injectors, but that was the original purpose of the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. It has saved many a drivers thousands of dollars not actually having to replace those injectors. There was a point in time where we used to highlight 9 out of 10 diagnosed as failed fuel injectors hadn't really failed. Maybe give that a shot if it's not too late. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Good morning, Steve. The best informed audience, partly cloudy 27, Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. What do you get when you cross a snowman with a vampire? All right, Dipsy, what is it? Frostbite. All right, no more corny jokes for this year, maybe. Thank you to all those hardworking delivery drivers in the brave behind the badge and all that have worn or are wearing those fantastic U.S. military uniforms. Please stay safe. We need every one of you. There's Rockpick. What's been happening? Morning, Steve, truckers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. Right now, Rochester International, just a few clouds, 36. Happy hump day, all you hardworking Americans. I hope a weekend off is in your near future. Everybody watch out for the other driver out there. Stay safe and enjoy. Yeah, ho, ho, ho. Hello, Shorty. I-77 northbound at this hour, Mount Airy, North Carolina, as we are Columbus bound. Copy in the mail, 5-7. Pappy checks in, Harrison, Ohio. What day is it? What day is it? It is the midnight hour, and time for us nocturnal listeners to dial it in that frequency to the Overnight Drive radio with Mr. Summers, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust from the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. Well, looks like Monica's little visit to the United States didn't go too well for him this time around. Just saying. I get a kick out of Pappy. He calls Zelensky, Monica. Hammer down. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Be safe. Are you with me? Hey, by the way, I cut the grass today. Good job, Pappy. Yes, Zelensky actually left empty-handed this past day. It doesn't look like the funding's going to happen by the even by the end of the year. I believe the 3-week break's about to get underway. I think at the end of the week, is it not? Prospects of getting something done between now and then is pretty much slim to none. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 45 degrees in Lamar, Missouri. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north at a high rate of speed. Live action continues under those starlit skies tonight. 9 days, Steve, and we shut it down until 2024. Hey, a special shout-out to our Trucking Icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the hometown of Wyatt Earp. Hello, Rex, 31 degrees in Gary, Indiana. Rex, a.k.a. Country Boy. Good to have you with us, Country Boy. Looks like Eskimo Mom is in the house. Who else we got on board? The Milkman. Good morning to all. The Milkman moving the milk in northwest Iowa tonight. All right, keep that milk moving. It is 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Wesley. This morning, Wesley says, hey, did Biden send Air Force One over to Ukraine to pick up Zelensky? Just saying. No, I don't think so. But yeah, Zelensky was in the Capitol this past day for the, but this is the third time he's been through with his hand out this year. In this case, he came up empty. Negotiations on additional American aid to Ukraine, coupled with a border security package for our country, appears to be dead for this year. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell reportedly told his fellow Senate Republicans at their weekly lunch this past day, it ain't going to happen this year. The Republican leader's comments as Zelensky making his third trip in a year to the U.S. Capitol with his hands out. Republican opposition to additional aid has steadily grown as voters balking at his pleas for more handouts from the American taxpayers. Congress has already authorized well over $100 billion in aid to Ukraine. Earlier this past day, Zelensky actually met individually with House Speaker Mike Johnson, after which Johnson reiterated his position that the White House and the Senate are going to have to get serious about securing our border before any additional aid to Ukraine is going to be considered, arguing that the Biden administration has failed to outline any real clear goals in further assisting Ukraine. We need a clear articulation of a strategy here. So we've kind of, some are alluding to we've drawn a line in the sand. You're going to do something about our southern border, or you ain't getting the funds. Israel, Ukraine, you name it. Well, hello to Buckeye Boy. What's going on? Ackworth, Georgia. Kind of chilly tonight, 35 degrees. Got some of the Christmas lights up, and I'll finish that up tomorrow after meeting with my accountant to figure out where we stand as we head toward year's end here. Heading to Huntington, West Virginia again Thursday, and this time with Mom and the youngest sister. Nice thing is, it'll be a business write-off because I have to pick up some items from the hospital I delivered to that we used to transport the equipment, and it'll fit in my pickup. All right, have a great night. Everybody, be careful out there. Hello, Jeffrey. New York City checks in. Good morning, Steve. Last night's show was amazing. Hope you'll do it again. There you go. Yes, getting things taken care of. On to our top industry headline. One of our heightened discussions last evening was about the Nikola Corporation, the Nikola electric truck manufacturer. The prospects of their possibly not surviving much longer, running out of money. Part of that demise started with the actual founder of Nikola, who is no longer in charge. Federal prosecutors want Nikola Corporation's founder, Trevor Milton, sentenced to 11 years in prison for inflating the price of the electric truck maker's stock to enrich himself. The proposed sentence is in line with a persistence of the investigation, but it fell well below the 60 years in prison called for based on calculations of the seriousness of Milton's crimes. Government is also seeking a $5 million fine, forfeiture of a ranch in Utah that was subject of one of 3 fraud convictions, and an undetermined amount of restitution to investors to be determined after Monday's scheduled sentencing in U.S. District Court in Manhattan, New York. 41-year-old Milton was convicted of 1 count of securities fraud and 2 counts of wire fraud back in October of last year, after a 3.5-week jury trial. Milton engaged in a sustained scheme to take advantage of individual, non-professional investors, repeatedly misleading investors, both in public and in person, to inflate the stock price of his company, Nikola, ultimately with the goal of enriching himself, says the government in a 41-page memo filed early this past day. Now, attorneys for Milton argue in a pre-sentencing memo that he should receive probation because his action had not caused any harm. He's actually been free on a $100 million bond. But according to the data from the U.S. Sentencing Commission's Judiciary Sentencing Information Database, 29 white-collar crime defendants convicted during the last 5 years received an average sentence of 16 years and 4 months. Now, the government sentencing memo recounts several false and misleading statements about Nikola's achievements and their technology prowess. I guess some of the things that he touted, including early success in creating a fully functioning semi-truck prototype known as the Nikola One, engineered and built an electric and hydrogen-powered pickup truck known as the Badger from the ground up using Nikola's parts and technology. He stated they had begun producing hydrogen at a reduced cost, stating reservations for the future delivery of Nikola's semi-trucks that were binding orders represented billions in revenue. I guess a lot of that was not true. Yet real harm occurred to investors who were misled. This conduct not only distorted the market, at one time driving the market capitalization higher than that of Ford, despite Nikola never having produced a vehicle for sale at the time. This brought real harm to investors who were misled as to the risks of their investment, which, for those who held on to their stock at the encouragement of Milton, became effectively worthless once the truth became known. Prosecutors say Milton's only interest was money. During the course of his scheme to inflate the value of Nikola's stock, the value of Milton's holdings rose from approximately $1.1 billion in March of 2020 to a peak of approximately $7.3 billion in June of 2020, prior to the closing of a reverse merger with special purpose acquisition company VectolQ, June of 2020. Milton sold a portion of his Nikola stock for about $100 million. By September, he had spent about $83.5 million, including on luxuries like an airplane and hangar and an estate in Turks and Caicos. Government says Milton's lack of remorse and failure to accept any form of responsibility for his actions only emphasized the need for just punishment in this case. Milton deflects, suggesting, that others may be at fault, and kind of offers excuses for his behavior. It's not my fault. It's somebody. All right, see where that goes. But that's kind of what led. There was a lot of misleading going on there. And, of course, at one point, Nikola had indeed produced, I believe, was it 209 or 309 trucks? That's all they had totally sold. Had the issues with battery fires. They are currently, all those trucks have been recalled. They're going to be soaked for millions of dollars to replace every battery in those electric trucks. It's just another example of these supposedly the future, the future of transportation, of moving freight, doesn't really come to fruition down the tanks. It is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we head into midweek here? Hump Day, as we like to call it. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is urging Congress to approve his Ukraine funding request before the holiday recess.
Congress needs to pass a supplemental funding for Ukraine before they break for the holiday recess, before they give Putin the greatest Christmas gift they could possibly give him.
He made this appeal in the Oval Office while alongside Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. This call for urgency coincides with the likelihood that lawmakers will conclude the last week of the legislative year without reaching an agreement. For many, the holiday season is the happiest time of the year. However, the hectic schedules can impact our mental health. Mental health expert Bradley Dirks from Kansas State University advises being mindful of stress levels during the holidays.
There's external expectations of the family. We've always done this in the family, and therefore it's your job now to maintain this, and there's expectations we place on ourselves.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I got those phone lines open at 844-844-3388. It's almost become an annual tradition over the past 20-plus years in the post-September 11 world. And when the holidays roll around, year after year, we get those advisories. Keep your eyes and ears open. Keep your head on a swivel. If you see something, say something. All that sort of stuff. 3 federal agencies issued just such a public safety warning this past evening, saying that the threat of violence, especially by lone actors in the United States, is heightened through the upcoming Christmas and New Year holidays. The FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the National Counterterrorism Center warning of lone actor violence targeting large public gatherings throughout the winter. Some of this as a result of the conflict in the Middle East. Although this announcement is not in response to any specific plotting activity, they say, these targets likely remain attractive to lone actors inspired by a range of ideologies due to their accessibility and symbolic nature. Tuesday's warning updates previous alerts issued back. We had one on October 10 and another on the 25th. Since the Hamas attack on Israel October 7, various foreign terrorist media organizations have called for lone actors in the United States, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists. They've also increased calls for violence and celebrated attacks on the Jewish community. Lone actors may seek to disrupt or escalate violence at large gatherings, high-profile events, or any sort of symbolic or religious locations throughout the winter. I mean, these sort of gatherings could become a convenient target for those inspired to commit violence against, it could be the Jewish, it could be the Christian, it could be the Muslim or Arab communities, according to the warning. Further, we have also observed an increase in hoax, bomb, and active shooter threats targeting synagogues across the country. which are likely intended to disrupt services and intimidate the congregations. I had spoke the last couple of nights about these threats to schools as well, to instill fear, terror into the children around the country attending public schools. Another thing that happens this time of year is the scammers. The scammers are out to make a buck. And this is an interesting scenario. There's been concerns about how many people purchase gift cards to put in the stocking, or a gift card as a gift. Billions of dollars spent in this country for people giving gift cards. Now, I'll share this particular story of a woman who claims to have lost thousands, or rather hundreds of dollars, after purchasing Walmart gift cards. She bought $1,000 in gift cards at a Houston, Texas Walmart as Christmas gifts for the needy. When she checked to see the balance on the cards, she found some of them were already completely drained. In total, 3 were wiped out, worth $800. Now, she said these cards had been only in my possession. So the question was, how does this happen? And if it happens to us, who else does this happen to? Now, she said she returned to the store where she purchased to figure out why they were empty. Now, even after showing her receipt to the floor manager, she claimed she was not able to get her money back. She even said the staff were able to see the surveillance footage of her transaction to prove she was the person who actually made the purchase. She said she was planning to give these cards to families in need at her church. Now, if we hadn't got this figured out, we wouldn't have been handing out cards to our families. They would have been filling up their baskets. They would not have been filling up their baskets with toys and food. What they would have done was got to the cash register, and the cards given to them by the church would have been empty. That would have been horrible. So, indeed, they did get it figured out. We're going to come up with something different for the families. Yeah, we'll be giving money to our families this Sunday, obviously, but we're not going to be giving them Walmart cards. A police report was filed after Walmart failed to return the money. They don't know whether it's possibly an inside job or it's just a situation where it has to do with people figuring out how to take Walmart cards, and even though they do not have them in their possession, they're able to use them. That's the key right there. That is the answer. Now, she said there could be an awful lot of people at Christmas that are going to get cards. They're going to go purchase things, and when they get to the register, these cards will have no money on them. She's called for Walmart to remove their gift cards until they found out what happened to her money. They need to figure out what's going on. Well, Walmart has announced that they will be returning millions of dollars to customers impacted by the scam. Target locations in California have also seen a similar scam take place. One scammer was discovered by undercover cops after tampering with gift cards and placing them back on the shelves. Thousands were tracked to over 50 different stores in the state. The scam works by replacing the barcode on the gift card. We all know when you get the gift card off the shelf. The problem in previous years, they had always said never purchase a gift card if you've got that little lottery ticket scratch-off thing on the back, which unveils the code that you would scratch to activate it. Sometimes it'll be a 3-digit number, maybe a bit longer in some cases. You never purchase one that has that scratched off. In this case, they found a way to, I guess, replicate a barcode, a little sticker that's going to go over the actual barcode on the back. If you didn't really pay attention, you look at the card, it's not scratched off. You wouldn't maybe necessarily notice there's a little sticker over the original barcode. You take it to the register. When they scan that, the money is immediately going into the scammer's bank account. The Target shoppers were warned about what they're calling bad elf gift cards. After they were found in more than 50 different stores, Walmart has recently had to pay $4 million to customers affected by gift card scams. Walmart says they have deployed some innovative in-house technologies to prevent these scams. Dating back to 2018, their efforts have returned almost $4 million to customers. How disappointing would that be when you give your son or your daughter a $100 gift card to go buy that favorite video game you wanted because I couldn't find it. And they get in there and there's nothing on the card. Be careful. But that's kind of a new one. Pay attention to that barcode. The sticker is not the real deal, right? It is 844-844-3388. Scarecrow checks in here on what day is it? Good morning, Scarecrow.
Oh, Steve, thinking snowman. Didn't Heatwave used to bless us with an occasional joke that would kind of leave the masses groaning, too?
Yes, he did. on more than one occasion.
It seemed like, yeah. In fact, I was going to start keeping a journal on forgettable jokes, but either way, that was then and this is now. Well, Steve, we're kind of learning about our limitations, what we can do and can't do with that disabled limb here. Those others anybody that don't know what I'm talking about, I dislocated my right shoulder here a couple weeks back, and this is my first week back on the job. So, anything to the right of the steering wheel, Steve, I've found it's far easier to lean as far as I can and then grab for it, whether it's the jukebox volume or anything in the overhead cubby. Well, then we have to do a cross arm thing with the left arm to reach up there. But you kind of do things out of habit, routine, and you kind of forget what's reality. Well, more than once now I've automatically tried to reach back over my right shoulder for my coat, but my body instantly tells you, "Oh, you dumbass crow, that ain't gonna work." So yeah, we're learning by doing there. I learned right away Sunday night, actually Monday morning. I did a drop and a hook down at our shipper. We have a dedicated trailer here that we wanted back. So, and to park it, the old trailer I blindsided in. That was no problem at all. Well, when I got back to our yard up at La Crosse Monday morning, trying to back into conventional style, well, leaning out the window and trying to steer with the right arm, that did not work, Steve. That plane did not work. Hey, somebody was talking last night about the amateurs out here trying to back. Well, I'm sure that's what I look like at the moment. I back a few feet and get back in the truck to the steering wheel and look back out. Go through that until able to kind of pick the trailer up in the mirror again. But, so yeah, there's that.
So what do the doctors say about? I mean, so obviously, you dislocate your shoulder, and it popped back in initially, but now you're saying it pops out, on occasion. How long does it take, and does it eventually? Do you fully recover? Is it going to stop doing that, or?
Well, it has not popped back out, since. One doctor told me, it can routinely pop out again, but there's the clinic and such. They have it's roughly a 3-month plan. I mean, they want you to sit idle for a month and just let everything kind of rejuvenate and cartilage replenish, and then the next month, then you start rebuilding muscle and such. But yours truly was not going to follow all the plan there. But either way, they gave me their blessing and a note of what we can and can't do and such. So it's it'll go. not like this is the first person that's ever happened to, Steve. Steve, about a week, it was last week, early last week. Now, I sent you a story about Gary Sinise. My thoughts are, it could be that you or Philip could have covered that. Did you touch on it by any chance?
I indeed shared that story. That was pretty cool. Yeah, sending those families to Disney World.
That was, I have more and more admiration and respect for, Mr. Sinise. Every time something comes out in the news, he is so military and so supportive of the masses that work for this country, serve this country, that he is one cool character. And, and I mentioned this, probably about a year back, but just to indicate how significant he is to our armed forces. And he made that documentary about the U-2. He's one of the few civilians that have ever flown in that plane or ridden in that plane. We have two two-seater trainers out at Beale. And I bet you could probably count on one, if not two hands, the number of civilians that have ever ridden in one. So, I that was the neatest story that about sending the families to Disney World or Disneyland, whatever it is down there. But I really wanted to make note of that. And beyond that, Bud, a few other things, but they're more of the quietest hour type of thing. So we'll give it up here. We're going to be looking at a fuel island shortly anyway. So, we'll leave it alone for now, Steve, and catch you on the tail end there. Thanks,
Thank you, as always. Appreciate you checking in here. Yep, and hope that shoulder heals up soon. Hey, let's get a quick time out. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello, Daniel, checking in from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. 37 degrees tonight. Hello, Bidu, checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Eskimo Mom, happy Monday or hump day, whatever day it is on your calendar. I'm back in the saddle from a staycation. Turned out to be fairly quiet. Couple of trips to Columbus as part of my annual checkup at the Ohio State, and finding out that my husband and I won a local restaurant's football pool for the week. Anyway, finishing up a drop and hook at a Cincinnati store for my first run. I'll find out what they want me to do when I get back to Tip City. Got a clear, moonless night, mid-30s at this hour. Then Timothy shared a little tidbit here saying a local county in his area had a kid pass away this past day from gummies at school, and 5 others in the hospital from fentanyl. I did a quick search, and indeed, this story was updated a couple of hours ago. It doesn't say anything about fatality, but 7 elementary school students from Virginia this past day experienced an emergency reaction after eating gummy bears that ultimately tested positive for fentanyl. Amherst County Sheriff's Office confirmed the gummy bears tested positive for fentanyl. In a press release posted on Facebook, 5 of the Central Elementary School students were taken to local hospitals after ingesting the gummy bears. 2 students were transported by ambulance. The remaining 3 were transported by their parents. The gummies, they say, were inside a bag brought onto school property by a student. According to Amherst County Public Schools, in a press released on X, the district says the safety and well-being of our students is our top priority. This one simply says the students' conditions were not known. Now, Tim, I guess locally, if he's seeing that on his news, one of them actually deceased. Sheriff's Office investigation is ongoing. A reward of up to $1,000 is being offered for tips that lead to an arrest. Okay, so, the question, who? Elementary school. Now, in searching for that particular story, I tell you, there's story after story of kids finding themselves hospitalized. In most cases, it's after ingesting these THC laced gummies. A story from here a few weeks back. 6 children hospitalized in Florida after eating cannabis gummies in an after-school program. Fayetteville. 3 students hospitalized after eating gummies on the school bus in Fayetteville. From the West Coast, Escondido mother speaks out after her son ate THC gummies and was hospitalized. Yeah, that's an element. Florida, 6 kids sent to hospital after eating cannabis-infused gummies at a Florida Boys and Girls Club. Headline from Tampa Bay. Health officials see an increase in kids being hospitalized after eating THC gummies mistaken for candy. I guess our kids can't even share their gummy bears on the bus these days. I don't know. And when you're talking elementary kids, I'm assuming maybe mom or dad or somebody had some of these THC gummies and they found them in their bedroom or the kitchen and said, hey, I'll share these with my friends on the bus. No idea what they're doing, but wow. All right, Cue Ball is on board. I'm looking at the clock here. We've only got a couple minutes before we hit that top of the hour, so rather than pick up and put you right back on hold, hang in there. We'll get you up after the break. It is 844-844-3388. Maybe enough time here to share with you Earth may experience an entirely new meteor shower this December as our planet enters a stream of the debris left around the sun by a near-Earth comet. These meteors will appear to stream from the direction of the star Lambda Sculptoris, meaning a potential name for this meteor shower would be the Lambda Sculptorids. Now, the source of the potential new meteor shower is Comet 46P Wirtanen, which was discovered in 1948. It orbits the sun every 5.4 years, a lot more rapidly than other comets like Halley's Comet that takes 75 years to make a trip around the sun. Anyway, a team of scientists from Paris wanted to answer the question of why Earth has not experienced a meteor shower created by debris from this comet before. What they discovered is such an event is due to occur on Tuesday, December 12th. That was last night. So Yeah, we had the opportunity. I don't know if it actually came to fruition. The results show a possible encounter between the hours of 0300 and 0730 Eastern Time. And again, that would have been on Tuesday morning. Now, they did say the activity level would be highly uncertain due to the absence of reported past showers. Anybody see any meteors last night? I know tonight, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, is a certainty of a meteor shower that will be occurring, and that is in the form of the well-known Geminids. Again, peaking tonight, actually about the time the sun goes down. As soon as you get dark outside, you can begin to see meteors. The Geminids typically peak at about 100 plus per hour, especially after the midnight hour local time. But, well, there you go. Again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is appealing directly to lawmakers for increased aid in the country's battle against Russia. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer describes the meeting on Capitol Hill as impactful.
He outlined in some great detail the kind of help he needs and how it will help him win.
However, Republicans and Democrats are deadlocked over additional funding for Kyiv, with Republicans demanding tougher border policies as a condition for supporting President Biden's proposed aid package. The Israel-Hamas conflict persists into its 67th day. The United Nations General Assembly is poised to vote today on an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Since the conflict commenced on October 7th, approximately 90% of Gaza's population has been displaced. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell states that passing aid for Ukraine and Israel before the holiday break is practically impossible.
Obviously, negotiating border solution is very complicated.
This is due to an impasse between Republicans and Democrats over additional funding for Kyiv. Republicans are insisting on linking any aid to more stringent U.S. border policies. McConnell's remarks follow Ukrainian President Zelensky's meetings on Capitol Hill this morning to advocate for increased U.S. support. Arizona's Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs is urging the Biden administration to allocate over $500 million amidst the escalating migrant crisis. In a letter to President Biden, Hobbs attributes the request to the federal government's failure to secure Arizona's border with Mexico. The closure of the Lukeville port of entry has resulted in an unmitigated risk, jeopardizing the state's safety and commerce. Customs and Border Protection shut down the port last week to enhance support for Border Patrol in migrant processing. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A new report says almost a fourth of the planet's freshwater fish are at risk of extinction. The so-called Red List was issued by the International Union of Conservation of Nature and includes Atlantic salmon and green turtles. Some 2,000 species were added to this year's list, unveiled at the COP28 United Nations Climate Change Conference in Dubai. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is reacting to a recent poll that shows only 28% of voters approve the job he's doing. The mayor says he respects that New Yorkers are feeling angry, partly because of the budget cuts and the migrant crisis, which he blames mostly on the federal government.
This has been a successful administration that got hit with a national crisis.
The Quinnipiac poll shows 30% believe he did something unethical related to the investigation into his 2021 mayoral campaign. The mayor insists he follows the rules.
So there are those who are political opportunists that from the day I was elected, no matter what we did, they did everything to try to derail our city.
Travel will continue to be on the upswing this holiday season. AAA predicts over 115 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles over the last 10 days of the year. It's the highest projection since 2019. Los Angeles Lakers announced they will raise a banner to honor their NBA in-season tournament title. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, rolling into hour number 2. Here we go. Hello to Buckeye Boy. After hearing a conversation with Scarecrow a few minutes ago, he says, I have separated my left shoulder several times and the right one a few times over the years. It started with high school football. Anybody remember the original Lethal Weapon movies where Mel Gibson would separate his shoulder? Yeah, and that's where he would like slam it against the wall to pop it back in. He said, I was able to do that. I shouldn't have done it because I'm paying the price for it now. And it cannot be repaired other than shoulder replacement surgery. Ouch. And it is something I feel every day, he said. So I hope Scarecrow heals up. Yeah, I remember the Mel Gibson. Ouch. Hey, Jeff chimed in. I have mentioned the potential of a meteor shower last. He said, I saw some meteors early yesterday morning in Illinois as I was on I-70 westbound east of Effingham, Illinois. Well, good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive. Bourbon Street Gary checks in. Everybody stay safe out there. And there is Kentucky Ken. Hello, overnight crew. Mr. Summers from Richmond, Kentucky. On a cool night, 30 degrees. No, I'm not back in Richmond for police training, as I spent several weeks here at the Department of Criminal Justice training over my 33 years of service. But I'm on my way to Charlotte, North Carolina. I can't roll for a couple of hours. Still got my 10-hour rest break. But Kentucky Ken is listening in. Safe travels. You as well, Kentucky Ken. Q-Ball, what's going on out there?
Morning, Q-Ball. Oh, yeah, I'm Q-Ball. You're Steve. Yeah. One of those days. You know, Steve, I was listening to you talk about those gift cards and the scams.
Yes.
And man, let me tell you, it's one thing that's starting to get me with this stuff, because I'm like, it's not just like the gift cards. I mean, to me, it's not that hard to figure that out. They get the gift cards from somewhere, and somehow in the chain of custody from when the store gets it to where the gift card was actually pressed out of plastic, somebody tampered with them, like they were saying, putting the sticker barcode over the real barcode. I mean, it's really not that hard to find that. It's just nobody gives a rip. Probably because it's like, well, this Walmart had it, but they were made out of state. And how many states did it go through with the manufacturing and shipping process? You actually have to do a little bit of work to do it, which is to find these people, which is why no one really cares. So they don't ever do it. Another one that gets me, and now I'm starting to see it on Facebook again, is, like me with my YouTube channel. You'll have people that they'll take your channel's name and add a couple characters to it, and they'll clone your picture, and they'll comment pretending that they're you, and they'll try to take the people to like a WhatsApp or a Telegram or whatever other than like a text message, a direct text message thing. Congratulations, you won a prize. And man, it used to be a lot worse than it is now, but it's starting to get bad again, where it's like every time you release a video, you literally have to sit there on your YouTube studio and just sit there and like watch, and you see all of a sudden you see all these new comments with all replies, and you have to start like reporting them and trying to block them, and then it'll pop up again under a different name. I'll just slightly change it and come up again, and every time you drop a video, you got to watch for that damn thing. And if you don't, then you get people that'll hold you on your social media. They'll send you a message or an email. Say, hey, how come you're not getting back to me? You said I want some. I'm like, man, what kind of a sucker are you? You actually watch my content. You know I ain't giving away crap. So how dumb are you to fall for that crap?
Wow.
And it's not just me. It's everybody I know that's gone through that. Even some of the bigger guys like Heavy D, they got to get on there and make whole videos. Say, don't be stupid. Don't fall for that crap. Now, YouTube don't do spit about it. Law enforcement don't do spit about it. It's like these scammers, it's like they know that nobody's going to do anything about it. So Walmart will cough up $4 million, which is like me coughing up $4. But law enforcement can do spit. They're just going to let it ride. Nobody cares. Walmart will just pay out, not care. Like I said, Facebook is starting to do the same thing with Facebook now. They'll kind of clone your account, steal your pictures, and make them look like you, and talk to your people and try to con them out of money. and like nothing happens. Nothing ever happens. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. There are whole YouTube channels on some of these scammers too. Like, just they'll kind of mess with the scammer in a way, right? It's a whole thing on there, and that's the only way that anything gets done. I think a lot of it is also from overseas, also, which is another reason why nobody wants to do anything. But I always feel like the platforms themselves have the ability to do something about it, but don't. No matter how many times you report these clowns, they're right back at it again. So it's just amazing on how people just can get got so easily with that. But it's one of those things where if you have half a brain on your head or in your head, you would see it coming.
Yep.
But not everybody does. So it is what it is. I just wish that people would do more. I wish there was consequences for people that do that kind of nonsense, because it does get old. I'm sure you've seen it before.
The new scam born every day, Cue Ball, every day.
Yeah, you know it. Scams. Speaking of scams, so apparently our government is indirectly saying that if we don't give this, Zelensky, I ought to just start calling him Colonel Zelensky, because I think, like I said, he addressed his Congress wearing fatigues. Like, dude, nobody bombing D.C. You can put a tie on, okay? He's starting to remind me of Colonel Gaddafi or Castro with the little beard now. But this guy is like, he's not. I was talking about this yesterday. He's not the Winston Churchill everybody made him out to be originally. Okay, for God's sakes, he's got American citizens over there in prison for speaking his piece over there about what Ukraine's been doing. So I don't want to hear how much of a democracy that place is. It really isn't. Okay, the guy is not. Even apparently the mayor of Kiev is like, hey, this guy's turning into a little dictator from what I'm hearing. The mayor of Kiev ain't too happy with him either. So it's a little interesting over there, to say the least. But I digress. That's kind of the scam. But here's the thing. So what I understand is our government is saying, if we don't give this Ukrainian pimp more money, basically the threat to the American people is we're going to have to send our guys over there now.
Right.
Steve, let me ask you a question. What have we won? Like won. I don't mean pitter pat, patty cake and then walked away. What have we won in conflict since World War II? Korea bounced back and forth at the border, and then it stayed. The border moved north, it moved south, and ultimately it stayed kind of pretty much where it was. I suppose we saved South Korea, but North Korea is still like it was, so I wouldn't really call that a victory, would you? I don't. Vietnam? Yeah, we all know how that ended. Afghanistan? I don't even want to get started. Iraq?
Yep.
I mean, did we actually win in Iraq? Or are we still kind of like getting taken for a ride over there to some degree?
We've still got 2,500 of our service members over there trying to assist their military. But again, we're hearing, they're coming under attack on a daily basis at this point, about both Iraq and Syria. I mean, Saddam Hussein is gone. Gaddafi's gone. But what are those countries in better shape than they were? I don't know.
I'm not so sure either. I know we're not in better shape. I hate to say it, and I supported the Iraq War, sadly. And I regret that, I'll be honest. But we, as a nation, were better off with Saddam Hussein in Iraq. Iraq wasn't, but we were. And last I checked, our military was for our preservation, not theirs. So my point is, since World War II, we really haven't had a definitive victory to where we could say, we won, F those guys. We can't say that about anything since then. So, do you really think that the population, especially after everything played out with Iraq and OWMDs, and how we walked out of Afghanistan and just wasted 20 years and God knows how many people in both lives lost and lives ruined.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think that this nation would stomach if Biden was like, yep, we're going to go fight the Russians? Do you really think the American people would just be like, yeah, you go? Or do you think the American people would be like, I don't have to think so, dude. That ain't happening, pal. Better get your ass back home. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that, like, it's kind of like they're, like, threatening that now. At least that's how it feels to me.
Yep.
But do you really think that the American public, I mean, if you were Biden, I don't think that that's a move I would make, because I think that's the fastest way to get the people absolutely pissed off at you real quick. To where, like, who would be, I mean, do you know anybody that is even, I mean, realistically, do you know anybody that's even for giving all this money to Ukraine, let alone going to fight Russia for Ukraine?
Right.
I don't know anybody that's even wanting to send money anymore, let alone send a single troop. Now, here's the scary thing that came out. I'm trying to remember, somebody on Newsmax that said this. And sadly, I know a couple people like this, where it was not long after October 7th in Israel. And somebody, one of the people that were talking on Newsmax, said, listen, enough hiding, enough dancing around, beating around the bush. A lot of people that know people that are active in the military right now know people who are now deployed in that direction, whether it be Europe or somewhere near Israel. And I'm not the only one to say, I'm like, I listened to that, and I'm like, wow, I thought I was the only one. No, I'm not the only one, because I heard that on the news too. And I'm like, there's a couple other people I spoke to that says, yeah, my little Johnny says he knows this guy that got sent over on a thing. I'm like, yeah, wow, all of a sudden. So I'm starting to wonder, like, if more and more people that I know of, and then he was said on the news that time, and I'm like, wow, are they already sending our guys over there now?
Yeah, they're being kind of pre-positioned in the event that things began to spill out, get out of hand. Absolutely.
I don't know about you, man. I don't like that. Because last I checked, Russia isn't, there's no Russian tanks coming up, Broadway in New York or running up Route 18 in New Jersey. So why the hell are we getting involved to that level?
Yeah, that's.
You know what I mean? I just think that the biggest mistake that any of these Democrats can make is committing us to another war, to where we actually have to go up against Russia, to where they're not Iraqis. Russians are not Iraqis. They're not just going to surrender like they did in 91 Gulf War. Yeah. You remember that time Iraqis were surrendering to the remote control airplane to watch where the Missouri was landing 16-inch shells in Kuwait. And they surrendered to the drone. Okay? Russians are not Iraqis. They're not going to surrender to the drone. Okay? I'm not saying we would lose. I'm just saying I don't think we got a dog in that fight, man. I'm not trying to be an ass about it, but
yeah, it all comes down to the NATO allies. I mean, that's the whole NATO alliance. If one country's attacked, everyone has agreed that they will participate and help to defend the NATO ally. So with all those NATO countries right there around Russia and Ukraine, and I mean, you brought up last night that what pretty much started it was the fact that they were discussing bringing Ukraine into NATO.
Right. That's how we picked the fight with Russia. Russia would have not done what they had done in Ukraine had they not started over with NATO. Every time NATO makes an advancement, Russia did something to try to be like, no, you're not doing that. NATO's been expanding. If you're, again, it's like one of those things where it's like, I know it sounds, quote, bad to say, but I'll say it anyway. you are a Russian in Russia, NATO is not your friend. If you are a Russian in Russia, this is not good for you. You want your government to protect you. Is that not what they are doing if you are a Russian in Russia? You have to put yourself in their mindset and think about it. I'm not saying what Putin's doing is right, but what I am saying is he is the Russian president. He has to do what's best for Russia, his own country. No different than our president is supposed to be doing what's best for our nation. I think we had a president that basically said that once. Wasn't all that long ago, in fact. But that's what I don't understand. I'm like, well, I do understand it.
We put them in a position where they feel like they have to act, and then we demonize them when they act. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Right.
Like, you're poking the big Russian bear, and then when it swats at you, you're like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. Oh, wait a minute.
Like I said, this is a nuclear-armed nation, and they haven't ended this yet. I don't think that he's been, thus far as I'm concerned, Russia has actually been very restrained in this war, not going as hard or as brutal as they can. And anybody that knows history knows Russia is known for brutality. Some believe that that's why Japan surrendered after the second atomic blast. Wasn't so much that they were fearing our atomic weaponry, but they were fearing if we weren't going in, we might get Russia to go in, and they feared Russian occupation way more than they feared the United States occupation. Some think that has some historical significance to it. So everybody feared Russian occupation. So if Russia is historically known to be absolutely brutal, and let's be honest, everyone screams and cries about war crimes. Russia wipes their ass with any international law of war. Okay, they don't give a care. They are absolutely brutal, and they will be brutal to win. If Russia wanted it, they'd have gotten it. That's just, I feel that's fact. They're a nuclear-armed nation, and they haven't laid waste to Ukraine.
Right.
So I think they've actually been very restrained in it, in trying to make sure that they can get what they want done, but all at the same time, bleed us out in both money and equipment to just say, okay, eventually the United States will give up, then we'll just take what we want, and then that'll be that.
Yeah, that and or China moves on Taiwan, because for how many months now have we already been talking about we are depleting our munitions for our own protection. And earlier this week, we just, what was it? I think Blinken said we bypassed Congress approval and agreed to send, 14,000 tank rounds to Israel as their operation continues in Gaza. I don't know how quickly we are manufacturing the likes of replenishments for Sidewinders and Stingers and, 14 Mike, the tank rounds. But we are continuing to deplete. Takes years to get those back in to full strength. China's paying attention to that as well. All right, thank you much, Cue Ball. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Real quick, as we head toward that bottom of the hour news break, I shared the first story, which he kind of initially called about that, as far as the scam gift card thing. USA Today, actually, this past day, and a number of other outlets, stating authorities nationwide are issuing a warning about a gift card scam called card draining, as many holiday shoppers look to buy gift cards as Christmas gifts. They are warning those who have purchased or plan on purchasing gift cards from retailers to exercise caution, look out for any signs of tampering, such as scuff marks or scratches near the barcode on the back of the card. A California man was arrested and accused of tampering with gift cards at a Target store in Sacramento last week, according to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office. Police say Ningying Sun was found with more than 5,000 gift cards from Target and Apple in his possession. The sheriff's office said their investigation revealed that this guy's son was part of a gift card scam spanning California and several other regions nationwide. Victims are completely unaware that it's happening. The money is often siphoned off to an offshore account literally within seconds, according to the sheriff. These operations are very sophisticated, and the modifications to the gift cards are often virtually undetectable, even to the trained eye. The sheriff's office also suggested to maybe just avoid buying gift cards altogether. The New Britain Township Police Department in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, also issued a public notice on the 1st of December about the card draining scam. According to that notice, police were investigating 2 reports of gift card tampering involving over 100 Visa Vanilla and Apple gift cards at Giant locations there in Bucks County. New Britain Township Police advised customers to check all gift card packages for any sort of tampering. If it's suspected to have been tampered with or opened, do not buy it and bring it to the store manager or the service desk, they said. That's all over I guess, so that's it. They've got to the sophistication point where you may not even be able to tell that barcode has been covered or replaced. Okay? Yeah, I'll get a news break. It's 844-3388. Rolling into a midweek Wednesday coming on. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update.
The United Nations has called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. On Tuesday, the General Assembly passed the resolution with a 2/3 majority. However, both proposed amendments to the ceasefire presented by the U.S. and Austria were unsuccessful. The U.S. has expressed support for a pause in fighting, but opposes a ceasefire that might enable Hamas to plan another attack on Israel.
Harvard's governing board has decided to retain Claudine Gay as the university's president following her testimony on campus anti-Semitism before a congressional committee. It's Taylor Swift's world.
Taylor Swift has donated $1 million to the Tennessee Emergency Response Fund at the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. She did attend high school in one of the counties that was hit by a string of tornadoes that left at least 6 people dead.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck. A 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Let's get to some of the other headlines around the country. Industry headlines coming up. Prices at the pump continue coming down. That would be a good thing. There was an update from the Indiana State Police. A pretty horrific crash, deadly crash that occurred early this past morning, a little after 8 o'clock. They're at one of the toll plazas. Look at what we know about that. First, let me take you to the ongoing conflict, Israel-Hamas. For several weeks, the discussions had been ongoing about the possibility of literally attempting to flood out the tunnel system there, the underground complex beneath Gaza. It appears that is officially underway. The Israeli military has now begun pumping seawater into the Hamas tunnel complex in Gaza. Wall Street Journal reporting this past day, adding the process will probably take several weeks. I mean, it's going to take a lot of water, right? Some administration officials have said the process could help destroy the tunnels where Israel believes the militant group is hiding hostages, fighters, and munitions. Now, there are some expressing concerns that the seawater could ultimately endanger Gaza's fresh water supply. Israel's military did not immediately provide comment on the report. One Israeli Defense Ministry spokesperson did not immediately respond to request for comment. But we did receive a comment from the Israeli Defense Minister in a televised address and press briefing. Hamas is approaching a breaking point in northern Gaza, he says. Intense battles are being fought as the Israeli army is advancing on the neighborhoods of Jabalia and Shajaya. the last strongholds in the northern Gaza Strip. These battles have been ongoing for several days now. He did issue a warning to Hamas units in other areas of Gaza that the Israeli troops have not yet reached, stating, "We will continue the operations in other places as well. The fate of the other battalions, those who are fighting against us and those we have not reached yet, is the same fate. We will take them apart." Today, IDF soldiers are lighting candles in hundreds of places throughout the Gaza Strip. This will go on and reach all the points we want to reach in the Gaza Strip. I'm calling from here to all those battalions and their commanders to surrender. Jabalia and Shijaya were known as particularly fortified areas and had already inflicted heavy losses on the Israeli forces in the last Gaza war in 2014. These particular battalions were considered invincible. They prepared for years to fight us, and now they're on the verge of cracking. The number of people surrendering there shows what is happening. Gallant said terrorists who surrendered told the IDF they had no food nor ammunition left. Among them were also terrorists who participated in the events of October 7, according to the defense minister. They're telling us some very interesting things. But in recent days, dozens of images, videos showing men surrendering in the Gaza Strip have been circulating via social media. Now, the footage drawing some criticism, especially from abroad, for allegedly humiliating the surrendering men by having them stripped down to their underpants to check for weapons and explosives before being detained. Well, there are notoriously well-known suicide bombers throughout the Middle East over the years. Lastly, Israel's national security advisor, criticized the dissemination of those images and vowed to stop them from circulation. But Gallant did promise the lives of those who surrendered to Israeli forces would be spared. The same goes for all Hamas terrorists, he stressed. It is 844-844-3388. So here's the scoop. Indiana State Police, if you were on the toll road and you came across the scene, a fatal crash when a semi plowed into an Indiana toll plaza at a high rate of speed this past morning, striking several other rigs. About 8:15 Tuesday morning, State Police say Iowa resident, I guess the truck driver, 73-year-old Edwin Lee Bottleman, was operating a 2020 Freightliner, pulling a bulk tanker trailer eastbound on I-8090 in Steuben County, Indiana. At the toll road toll plaza, the 153-mile marker, Bottleman's truck striking a 2017 Freightliner driven by Isaias Gilu, a 38-year-old, stopped in lane 5 of the eastbound plaza, then veered over into lane 3, where it rear-ended a 2018 Freightliner driven by Ahmed Noor Siad, 35 years old. Bottleman's truck crashed under the trailer pulled by the 2018 Freightliner, resulting in catastrophic damage to the passenger area of the cab. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Siad was hospitalized with minor injuries. Gilu was not hurt. Prior to the crash, they say, Bottleman was coming into the toll plaza at a high rate of speed. There was no evidence of slowing or braking prior to impacting the other semis that were in line for the toll plaza. Although not conclusive, investigators suspect he may have been suffering a medical emergency, a medical problem, which may have contributed to his initial loss of control. That portion of the investigation is still ongoing. The family of Mr. Bottleman had been notified of his passing before that report, of course, was issued. Fuel prices continue declining. Weekly reports showing, in some cases, double-digit decreases. In the Monday fuel report, ProMiles says the national average down by 6.7 cents, now at $4.08 per gallon for diesel. That's the national average. The most significant decline by region was a 12.2 cent drop in the California region. The West Coast region average price down by 10 cents, Rocky Mountain and the Midwest by another 8-9 cents. Had a decline of just under 8 cents in the Gulf Coast, where the average fuel price is now $3.67 per gallon. ProMile says that is the lowest of any region in the country. There are now 3 regions with the average price below the $4 per gallon mark. Looks like the lower Atlantic at $3.95, same with the Midwest. Gulf Coast at $3.67. And most areas, just a little over $4 per gallon. You get out west, of course, the West Coast at $4.99. California still at $5.55 per gallon, even with that 12-cent drop, $5.55 in California. But they were at $6 a gallon not all that long ago. Some of our industry headlines. Knucklebuster, what's happening out there?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm down here in Austin, keeping it weird there, right? I'm headed for San Antonio, doing that San Antonio show this morning. I guess, what's his name, Eagle, he probably ain't at home, but I'll probably be to see him. But anyway, I got in Saturday morning, and then they sent me over to make a pickup Monday night. There wasn't no trailers over there loaded. See, 2 empty trailers sitting over there. The guy had left for home at 6:30 at night, and he should have had that trailer loaded, but we had to wait till get another one this morning there, so they don't know what happened. So it confused me because I didn't know what happened either, and but it was nice to go back home, crawl into bed with Tennessee again, right?
I reckon so. Okay.
Yeah. So, I don't know, that meteor shower was supposed to have made an eclipse of some star. I don't forgot what the name of the star was there, but I didn't see it either. The only thing I seen was eyelids counting bullet holes in them there, laying in the bed there, right? Steve, did you hear about the kidnapping at the park?
I don't believe I did. No, where was this?
He eventually woke up.
Okay. Oh, boy.
No, that's my corny old joke for the morning there. I'd say I'm trucking through Austin there. These people are getting crazy. I'm going to cut you loose there. Have yourself a great morning, brother. Had a great show today.
Yeah, use caution out there. Safe travels. Yes, indeed. Well, I did have, he may chime in a bit later, a couple of NFL headlines, football action. It's not been a good year for Belichick, right? We all know that. Yeah, it looks like it may be official. The 24-year run with the New England Patriots reportedly nearing its end, having led the Patriots to a 3-10 record so far this season. It seems the legendary head coach could see his future in Foxborough end with back-to-back losing seasons. This follows comments made by the Patriots reporter Tom Curran on NBC Sports Boston, claiming that he had heard a decision was made. Actually, after the loss to the Indianapolis Colts in Germany back in November the 12th. He said they were going to play out the string, and at the end of the year, there would be a parting of the ways for a variety of reasons. He says, I was not told this specifically, but the main one thing is you don't fire Bill Belichick during the season. There had been some rumors and rumblings of that as well. Now, he went on to state that the multi-year contract extension that Belichick had reportedly signed last offseason is only valid through next season. And despite New England's recent win against the Steelers Thursday Night Football, he says he's confident that the writing is pretty much on the wall, that it's going to come to an end. And there was one other NFL headline. I don't get an opportunity to tune in to Thursday Night Football. Obviously, I'm sleeping through the beginning, and I'm actually doing show preparation on any given Thursday night, getting ready for our Friday show, and that's ongoing. But Al Michaels, over the years, I've liked him as an NFL broadcaster, but they apparently, many NFL fans may have noticed what they're describing as a distinct lack of enthusiasm from the legendary broadcaster this year, and it appears that they're not the only ones. Many fans had simply accepted that they'd be hearing a less enthused Michaels during the upcoming NFL playoffs, due to his lengthy, legendary career, obviously. Prevailing theory was that Michaels was set to retire before the season, then Amazon handed him a blank check so he could be the voice of Thursday Night Football. Many fans assumed that half retirement, coupled with the generally poorer quality of Thursday night games, led Michaels to appear so checked out this year, like he's not really into it. Well, apparently it appears that the less than enthused performances have been noticed by fans and NFL executives alike, because a new report from the New York Post claiming that the legendary voice of Michaels will not be part of this year's playoffs games. Per the Post, NBC, which along with ABC had long been Michaels' home before he shifted to Amazon's NFL programming this year, will not be needing the 79-year-old's services when they host 4 playoff games this year. The Sunday Night Football team of Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth, viewed by many as NBC's A-team when it comes to announcing, will handle 3 of those 4 playoff games. NBC's college football A-team, Noah Eagle and Todd Blackledge, will handle the remaining playoff game. NBC Sports Vice President Greg Hughes confirmed these assignments to the Post. The most interesting wrinkle about this whole thing is that Michaels apparently was blindsided by these assignments. In an interview last month with the Post, Michaels did seem to acknowledge his voice may not have the life and pizzazz it's once had, but he seemed he was ready for the playoff games. In that interview, Michaels asked the Post how his voice sounded. The interviewer kind of compared it to an aging star pitcher who may not have all the same pitches in his arsenal that he did when he was younger, obviously. And, of course, Michaels pretty much agreed. He said, your assessment is fair. Hey, we all get old. All right, it's 79 years. He's had a great run, but yes, great games called over the years, Al Michaels. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Going to be traveling out west next couple of days, actually. Now, we're all familiar with the Santa Ana wind events, and that is in the process of getting underway. Strong winds will howl across parts of Southern California. Yeah, strong enough to cause some damage, obviously an increase in the risk for wildfires. Santa Ana winds, when the winds blow, pick up speed as they travel from the inland deserts toward the coast. Can have wide-reaching impacts in the Los Angeles area during the fall and winter months. It's been pretty much bone dry across Southern California since the start of December, and in Los Angeles, measurable rain there hasn't fallen since November 18. So it's been an extended dry spell, low humidity, and the upcoming Santa Ana winds. That's a recipe for wildfires. Storm moving from the Rockies into the plains is often a perfect recipe for offshore wind events in Southern California, and this week will be no exception. The strong winds will be dry, leading to other hazards. Since the wind descends from the deserts, they'll be very dry. We'll probably see some red flag warnings. The risk of fires expanding from tonight, Tuesday night, into Wednesday as the Santa Ana wind event ramps up in the mountains and valleys of L.A. and Ventura counties. The risk could then remain in place through Wednesday night and even into Thursday morning. National Weather Service in Oxnard, which serves the greater L.A. area, offering tips to prevent wildfires. During the height of the event, we'll see 30, 40-mile-an-hour sustained winds with gusts, in some cases, possibly approaching 70 over the higher elevations. Of course, winds of that magnitude, minor damage, tossing around light vehicles, holiday decorations, travelers, truckers in high-profile vehicles may experience some difficult driving through some of the wind-prone areas along Interstates 5, 10, and 15 and some of the other state and county roads. So those winds are going to continue through Thursday morning and then finally begin easing up by the end of the week. Heads up out west. And Horse Feathers, good morning.
Hey, I guess we're supposed to start out with, hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
Here it is, hump day. It is, yes.
I was thinking that because I heard Miss Becky there, the Eskimo mummy. She's out here not doing her thing, but doing something. So I was thinking it was that Mike time of the week. But so anyways, hey, you're talking about that truck accident out there at the toll barrier. What do you think the cruise control had a lot to do with that? I mean, it's to the point now that everybody uses cruise control, and if the gentleman did have a medical emergency or died behind the wheel, the truck's not going to shut off. The truck's going to keep going at whatever speed it was programmed at in the cruise control, because there's no dead man in here. There's no button that your thumb would come off or your foot pedal or whatever, but heart monitor that's hooked up to the truck to make it shut down if you have a heart attack. Maybe that's something. Maybe that's something the FMC ought to look into. You have to hook up a heart monitor when you get in the truck to make it run. Kind of like the people with the alcohol deal there got to blow in the tube to make the car start.
Oddly enough that
maybe.
you would mention that. Just yesterday, safety regulators state that they've taken the first steps to actually require new automobiles, new vehicles, to have the prevent drunk or impaired driving technology. They're talking some sort of sensor on the steering wheel or something where detects your sweat or something if you've got alcohol. I don't know.
Okay. Interesting. So when you're in the hills of Tennessee and you yell out, do you hear an echo when you're in the hills of Tennessee? Do you know?
I've heard echoes on occasions. I don't know. I know that down in the Daniel Boone National Forest and down in Kentucky, there's places where I get some big echoes. Hello.
Yeah. I wonder if there's big echoes in the hills there in Tennessee. I don't know. just curious.
Okay.
But anyways, where can we go with this? I don't know. Probably got to do some news break. Hey, before you do the news break, make sure you pay attention because that last one, I heard that Omaha Steaks.
I did. I caught that. Yes, I've heard that several times this morning. Yeah, your burger protection flight, right? Is that what it's called? Burger perfection flight.
Perfection. Yep. So if you want that good deal that you can't find when you go to the website there, just call in and just reference that you heard it there on the USA News or U.S. News. What is that news thing? It's something like that.
Yeah, USA News. Used to be USA Radio News. USA News. Maybe news break, though. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is appealing directly to lawmakers for increased aid in the country's battle against Russia. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer describes the meeting on Capitol Hill as impactful.
He outlined in some great detail the kind of help he needs and how it will help him win.
However, Republicans and Democrats are deadlocked over additional funding for Kyiv, with Republicans demanding tougher border policies as a condition for supporting President Biden's proposed aid package. The Israel-Hamas conflict persists into its 67th day. The United Nations General Assembly is poised to vote today on an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Since the conflict commenced on October 7th, approximately 90% of Gaza's population has been displaced. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell states that passing aid for Ukraine and Israel before the holiday break is practically impossible.
Obviously, negotiating border solution is very complicated.
This is due to an impasse between Republicans and Democrats over additional funding for Kyiv. Republicans are insisting on linking any aid to more stringent U.S. border policies. McConnell's remarks follow Ukrainian President Zelensky's meetings on Capitol Hill this morning to advocate for increased U.S. support. Arizona's Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs is urging the Biden administration to allocate over $500 million amidst the escalating migrant crisis. In a letter to President Biden, Hobbs attributes the request to the federal government's failure to secure Arizona's border with Mexico. The closure of the Lukeville port of entry has resulted in an unmitigated risk, jeopardizing the state's safety and commerce. Customs and Border Protection shut down the port last week to enhance support for Border Patrol in migrant processing. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A new report says almost a fourth of the planet's freshwater fish are at risk of extinction. The so-called Red List was issued by the International Union of Conservation of Nature and includes Atlantic salmon and green turtles. Some 2,000 species were added to this year's list, unveiled at the COP28 United Nations Climate Change Conference in Dubai. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is reacting to a recent poll that shows only 28% of voters approve the job he's doing. The mayor says he respects that New Yorkers are feeling angry, partly because of the budget cuts and the migrant crisis, which he blames mostly on the federal government.
This has been a successful administration that got hit with a national crisis.
The Quinnipiac poll shows 30% believe he did something unethical related to the investigation into his 2021 mayoral campaign. The mayor insists he follows the rules.
So there are those who are political opportunists that from the day I was elected, no matter what we did, they did everything to try to derail our city.
Travel will continue to be on the upswing this holiday season. AAA predicts over 115 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles over the last 10 days of the year. It's the highest projection since 2019. Los Angeles Lakers announced they will raise a banner to honor their NBA in-season tournament title. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So, back at it. Hope your week's going well. We're about halfway there, midweek. Yes, indeed. Update. Horse feathers brought up new technology. Yeah, U.S. regulators, safety regulators, say they've taken the first step toward requiring devices in vehicles that prevent drunk or impaired driving. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration announcing this past day that they're starting the process to put a new federal safety standard in place requiring this technology in all new passenger vehicles. This apparently was part of the infrastructure law passed by Congress in 2021. Agency says an advance notice of proposed rulemaking will help it gather information about the state of the technology to detect impaired driving. The regulation would then set standards for these devices once the technology is mature, they said. Now, it can take years for a regulation to make its way through the process, which obviously includes public comment periods. When we talk about the trucking issues, the trucking industry, and I guess undoubtedly the comment period for speed limiters garnered the most comments ever, in excess of 5,000. You can imagine a proposal like this affecting all the population, how many comments they might get. In the year 2021, the latest year stats are available. Nearly 13,400 people were killed in drunk driving crashes, costing society $280 billion in medical expenses, lost wages, loss of quality of life. Alcohol-impaired crash deaths hit nearly a 15-year high in December of 21. More than 1,000 people died that month alone. U.S. Representative Debbie Dingell, the Michigan Democrat who is pushing this regulation, said it's going to keep drunk drivers off the road, and we're going to keep people from dying because somebody's drunk. This is going to be simple technology. Last year, the NTSB recommended to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration that all new vehicles be equipped with alcohol monitoring systems that can stop an intoxicated person from driving. They, along with a group of 16 automakers, have been jointly funding research on alcohol monitoring. They've formed a group called Driver Alcohol Detection System for Safety. Oh, see, they're actually using it. They're researching technology that would automatically test a driver's breath for alcohol and stop the vehicle from moving. If the driver's impaired, the driver would not have to blow into a tube, as most of the current technology is, I think, for people that have had, a DUI or several DUIs, they've got to have this tube to blow in. A sensor would check the driver's breath, apparently. Another company's working on what they call light technology that could test for blood alcohol in a person's finger. As I said, something in the steering wheel kind of thing. Anyway, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and law enforcement agencies this past day announced their annual Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over campaign. It's the holidays. That starts today, December 13, and runs through January 1. A multiple-year campaign. Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over. Moving on to Yellow Corporation. All right, update. The bankruptcy judge yesterday gave the green light for Yellow to sell the majority of those shipping centers and property that they had taken bids on for $1.88 billion. The judge said the purchase price was a tremendous outcome for the trucking company and its creditors. According to the Reuters report, the sale means the company's 130 shipping centers will go to multiple buyers, which we've shared most of that with you, and pay off Yellow's $1.2 billion in debt. That includes $700 million owed to the U.S. Treasury for the COVID relief loan. Reuters reported Yellow is still seeking buyers for the remaining owned and leased real estate, including 46 shipping terminals, as well as the fleet of trucks. All right, we know, what about the Jack Cooper thing? She seems to never give up. Meanwhile, Jack Cooper Transport's executive chair, Sarah Riggs Amico, said she hasn't given up on restoring thousands of jobs that were lost after Yellow shuttered. Last month, Yellow's lawyers contended that her bid was, in their term, not viable, saying they'd not got any indication that the bid had the support of the company's creditors, including the Treasury Department, who made that emergency loan during the pandemic. They spoke to her yesterday, December 12th. Amico said yesterday she's still interested in bidding on Yellow's remaining terminals and trucks, which would allow her to rehire maybe 12 to 15,000 of the workers who lost their jobs when Yellow shut down. She simply said, "We look forward to working with the debtor to save thousands of jobs that don't need to be permanently lost." All right. Okay, horse feathers. Last evening, we mentioned the request from the National Propane Association, the propane haulers, talking about those emergency waivers. We were going to chime in about that, right?
Yeah, exactly, Your Honor. So what do you think? Do you think your car steering wheel is going to have like needles in it? So when you grab the steering wheel, you get a finger prick like they used to do with the diabetes thing there to check your blood there. You're going to have sore fingers there by the time you get done driving if a needle comes out and jabs you in the finger all the time to check your blood. But anyways, I don't know. That's probably a little facetious. But anyway, but no. So with that hours of service deal there from the 30 days to the 14 days, all it's going to do is create more paperwork for everybody because they're just going to have to renew it at the 14-day mark now instead of just having it for the full 30. So I don't see it affecting transportation at all. It's just going to affect the people that have to push all the paperwork and then of course what it will do is if you don't get an updated copy of that statement in the truck, if you're not traveling with that updated statement in the truck, then you're in violation. So of course there's another way to generate revenue by finding trucks that don't have the waiver, the current waiver in the truck. You got to make sure you're up to date with all that. But as far as it, I don't foresee any issue with that. And the thing is that the years we've really had the extended hours of service, the waived hours of service, we've had 2 or 3 of those extensions on those 30 days. So I mean they'll go 2-3 months. So instead of 2 or 3 extensions, they'll have
6
4
or 8.
6 extensions.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't see any issue with it, but other than the fact it's just going to create a lot more paperwork. And so anyway, speaking of 3 or 4 months, do you realize it's just over 4? You know what happens in just over 4 months, Your Honor?
4 months. What is it?
The Mid-America Truck Show.
Oh, yeah.
We're just over 4 months away from the Mid-America Truck Show, Your Honor. How did that happen?
That's hard to imagine.
I mean, we've already, two-thirds of the year is gone, and we got a third of the year coming up to get back to it. It's crazy. I was just thinking about that a little bit earlier there, that we're coming up in the middle of December and 4 months, just over 4 months, and we'll be there in Louisville for the big truck show.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
anyways,
yeah.
I don't know. It's crazy, but time's flying. But we'll get through winter one way or another. And I guess we figured out that we put when we're hanging chains, that's a pretty good idea. I didn't realize we could use USB cable there to tie our chains up there. So we'll have to give that a shot sometime, see how that works out. But anyway, but yeah, anybody that didn't catch it there Monday night there, I was telling you about that Omaha steak deal there that we're hearing on the USA News, that Burger Perfection flight.
Yeah.
I went to actually do the package for a gift because, I don't know, for some reason I decided to spend over $4 for each individual burger, somewhere around $4 a piece. But it's really not, you start comparing it to other things. It's really, as a gift, to have it delivered for $59 to get 16 burgers delivered. And they're supposed to be 6-ounce burgers. Of course, that's pre-cooked weight. And the only thing I see that I was kind of disappointed with is that they talk about all these prime cuts of meat, and they're all 80-20. They're 80% lean, 20% fat. So I guess they're the real scraps of the prime cuts of meat that they're grinding into the burgers.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, with all that deal, the only Burger Perfection flight I could find was a cost of $149, $149. So I actually dialed the 800 number and talked to a very nice lady, and she allowed me. She somehow found this deal for the $79.99 and allowed me to purchase that. And then when I told her that there was supposed to be the $20 off for that code word of treat and free shipping, she's like, well, that's all expired. But she said, since it's current on the program you're listening to, she said, we'll honor it. So if anybody wants 16 burgers delivered for free to their house with, for $59, just call them up and kind of go through the scenario that I just said. And hopefully you're able to get a nice enough person to do exactly what they did for me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about the best deal there is on Omaha steak if you want any burgers delivered. But anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you. We got to our clear night, like the Eskimo mummy was saying there, and
yep,
some stars out there, but I don't see any moon. But not too bad. It's only in the low 30s, Your Honor. We've been bouncing around there somewhere between 34 and 36. We haven't even got ice out here this morning. So,
long as the wind ain't blowing, it ain't bad. Hey, you mentioned the Mid-America Truck Show, and believe it or not, I got the email confirmation like a week or two ago from Mindy where they've got our rooms booked in Louisville. We for years and years we had stayed at the Crown Plaza. It used to be the Executive Inn way back when. The Executive West turned into the Crown Plaza right there across from the airport. They're doing a big renovation project. That hotel's not going to be open during the Mid-America Truck Show. That we're talking like 588 rooms. I mean, people are going to be scrambling to find. I mean, the hotels always sell out for the damn truck show. I think it's really going to be hard to find a room this year.
So book early, book often.
Right, book now if you haven't. But yeah, a lot of people may not realize. I looked up the entire story. The complete renovation of the 588 rooms, like an $80 million project. So.
Wow. Well, don't they have that thing called the Final Four or March Madness? Don't they have something like that going on at that time of year too?
Indeed, that's yeah. And sometimes there are games there in Louisville.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. They picked that time of year to do the renovation. Yeah, reservation. The renovation. Yeah, I got your syndrome going on here. I catch you every now and then trying to fix one of them words. But that's just because you're a professional radio broadcaster. You can do that. The rest of us out here, we just muddle through. But anyways. Yeah, it's kind of surprising that they would pick that time of year to do that to that hotel. I guess
I think it's a project that's actually underway now, and it's taken like multiple months to get it done.
Yeah, and then of course the horse racing season starts, and I guess they probably they're close enough there that they want to be in full operation for horse racing season.
That
too, so.
is,
I don't know.
According to the report, the plan is they hope to be reopened in time for the Kentucky Derby. Yeah, I'll give the rest of the story on that. First, we got to get a quick time out.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Yeah, let me pass on the full scoop here. Because that Crown Plaza during the Mid-America Truck Show would be just, jam-packed with vendors. Convenience being literally right across the street from the Kentucky Expo Center there. You could literally walk across the street in the morning once you got your booths all set up and whatnot. It is the 4th largest hotel in the state of Kentucky. But they're getting a major facelift. The Al J. Schneider Company is spending $25 million to upgrade the 50-year-old hotel. Reflecting their confidence, they say, that the hotel market in Louisville has absolutely bounced back following the pandemic. Bourbonism is back. Group travel is back. We're beginning to see business travel really begin to explode. The family company, this company also owns the largest hotel known as the Galt House, or the Downtown Embassy Suites. That's a hotel. I have been in that on one occasion. Never stayed there, but many, many years ago, our old pal Andy Matouche was staying at that hotel, and he invited myself and the princess to come have dinner at that hotel. Talk about some fine dining, yes. Anyway, the remake of the Crown Plaza, they did spend $80 million renovating the Galt House a few years ago. We're talking remodeling all 588 rooms in the 8-story Crown Plaza, which sits on state-owned land leased from the Kentucky Expo Center. They also plan to add a bar to the lobby, replace the hotel restaurant known as the Blue Horse with a new concept, and remake all the event spaces. We are completely reimagining the entire hotel, he said. Now, the project has started with a couple of rooms renovated. It's expected to be completed by the 2024 Kentucky Derby. Kentucky taxpayers will share in the cost, they say. State board approved tourism development incentives worth up to $12.5 million over 20 years for the Schneider Company. The Louisville's hotel market has steadily improved since an obviously precipitous drop in 2020. The market-wide share of occupied rooms was 59% in the first 5 months of this year, just shy of the 60% during the same period in 2019. While about 15 hotels have been added to the region during that period. Of course, you talk about that revenue per room. A metric in the industry was $83 in the Louisville market during the first 5 months of this year, up from $75 during the same period in 2019. Typically staying at the Crowne Plaza during any major event like the Mid-America or the Farm and Tractor Show, of course, Kentucky Derby time. They jack that thing up to like $350, $379 a night. A night. 844-844-3388. Who we got? 5-7. Got you coming up here. Hillbilly will be checking in. But as we roll toward news break, real quick, let me break for you. There are two yet to come scheduled Republican debates. Now, will they or will they not happen? According to the stats that were released here a few days after that fourth debate, in order to be allowed to participate, you have to be a candidate polling at 10% or higher. And I think it was like 3 national polls, including at least 1 CNN poll. Most ain't hardly anybody doing that. The only one at this point who has confirmed that they're planning to be there is Ron DeSantis. Nikki Haley has not committed to attend. Chris Christie and Vivek Ramaswamy, they're not going to qualify based on the numbers. This is the debate scheduled for January 10, which is 5 days before the Iowa caucuses on the 15th. Ramaswamy said he wants to participate in the debate. However, he has yet to hit 10% in any major public Iowa poll. Monday, he hit 5% in an NBC News Des Moines Register poll. Trump led that poll by 51% compared to 19% for DeSantis, 16% for Haley. It was 5% Ramaswamy, and there's your old Chris Christie at 4%. He won't be eligible either. So essentially, it would be DeSantis and Haley, the only two even eligible if they'd like to face off head-to-head, and I don't know that Nikki wants to do that.
USA News Update.
The United Nations has called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. On Tuesday, the General Assembly passed the resolution with a 2/3 majority. However, both proposed amendments to the ceasefire presented by the U.S. and Austria were unsuccessful. The U.S. has expressed support for a pause in fighting, but opposes a ceasefire that might enable Hamas to plan another attack on Israel.
Harvard's governing board has decided to retain Claudine Gay as the university's president following her testimony on campus anti-Semitism before a congressional committee. It's Taylor Swift's world.
Taylor Swift has donated $1 million to the Tennessee Emergency Response Fund at the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. She did attend high school in one of the counties that was hit by a string of tornadoes that left at least 6 people dead.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, say, welcome back here. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining in, we've had a few come on board. Hello, Gilligan. What do you got? Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, you said driving under the stars, Eden, North Carolina tonight. A cool 33. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's Billy. Billy Lennig. Hello, Overnight Drive, folks. 29 in Beulahville, North Carolina. Headed up to Garysburg. Then it's on up to Chantilly, VA, Virginia. Have a happy hump day. Good to have you with us. Gary chimes in this morning. 32 degrees here in southwest Ohio. Good morning. Rex, what do you got here? I'm retiring on the 29th after 44 plus years in trucking. Wow, you've seen a lot of change out there, haven't you, Rex? I spent the last 32 of those years with FedEx Freight. I'm thinking that's a lot of miles. Well, congratulations. You're going to close out the year, and boy, then what are you going to do? What to do? You're going to have to find some sort of a hobby. You can't just sit around and get old, right? Hey, it's 844-844-3388. So is it Wednesday? Is it Thursday? Last night, the report made it sound as though the vote was going to be Thursday. Update yesterday, The House apparently will vote on formally opening the impeachment inquiry to Joe Biden today to enable the enforcement of subpoenas and empower the gathering of evidence about whether the president's compromised and traded official acts for foreign dollars. According to House Speaker Mike Johnson yesterday, I guess he wrote an op-ed piece in USA Today. His op-ed sets the stage for the full House vote after the White House refused to comply with House investigators' request for relevant documentation and records. The vote will be a test for House Republicans. With that slight majority over House Democrats, it will need pretty much all Republican support. What can they miss? One or two? I mean, it ain't much. Kevin McCarthy, as we know, opened the inquiry back in September. The lawmakers did not vote to approve it, though. If the inquiry receives majority support on the House floor, the inquiry will be formally adopted, a status that Johnson says will help obtain information being blocked by the White House. Johnson is a constitutional lawyer, former member of the House Judiciary Committee. He actually cited 6 cases of the mounting evidence against Biden that cannot be ignored, in his words. Number 1, Biden family members and Biden business-linked entities received more than $15 million from individuals in Ukraine, Russia, Kazakhstan, Romania, and China. Number 2, Joe Biden spoke with Hunter Biden's business associates on at least 22 occasions. Number 3, Joe Biden lied about his involvement in the businesses. Number 4, Joe Biden received direct monthly payments from Hunter Biden's Owasco PC business account, which received payments from Chinese state-linked companies and other foreign nationals and companies. Number 5, investigators flagged the Justice Department's deviations in the 5-year investigation into Hunter Biden. And lastly, we have, of course, the FBI FD 1023 form alleging Joe Biden accepted a $5 million bribe while he was vice president. Now, the House will likely need to go to court to enforce their subpoenas, and opening a formal inquiry backed by a vote of the full body puts us in the strongest legal position to gather the evidence and provide transparency to the American people, says Johnson. Americans have a right to know whether the president, through his family, traded official acts for foreign dollars, whether the president's compromised, and whether Joe Biden abused his power as president to impede or obstruct the investigation into his son. As we've done all along, House Republicans will continue to follow the facts wherever they lead. They go into more of the background there. There was one other tidbit of information that came down this past day as well, which is something that's going to potentially reveal much more as far as Biden's communication, potentially with Hunter and Hunter's business associates. Remember when they came out with the fact that Joe, during those vice president years, had pseudonyms, other names that he used in various email communications that had been pretty much locked down by the National Archives. Don't want to share it. The National Archives and Records Administration informed the House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer this past day they are preparing to provide unredacted access to 1,799 Joe Biden emails. That's 62,610 pages from his time as vice president in the Obama administration. Now, the letter to Comer this week was obtained by the Daily Caller and the Washington Examiner, as it comes in answer to Comer's letter back in August when he called for the information as part of the investigation into Biden and his role in foreign business dealings with Hunter. The emails include any document or communication in which a pseudonym for Vice President Joe Biden was included. Joe had reportedly used the names Robert Peters, Robin Ware, J.R.B. Ware, all those pseudonyms that Republicans say was used to discuss dealings with the energy giant Burisma when Hunter was a board member with that Ukrainian firm. Also among the trove of emails, communications with Eric Schwerin and or Devon Archer, who were former business associates of Hunter. The House Ways and Means Committee released documents showing Biden communicated with Schwerin using the Robin Ware alias, including 50 emails regarding Biden's trip to Ukraine in June of 2014. The timing of this dump is pretty significant. The notification of access during the very week that the floor is going to formalize an impeachment inquiry. Of course, that being today, as we just shared. The White House is trying to make an appearance of cooperation after two brave IRS whistleblowers provided information revealing Joe used an alias as vice president to email directly with Hunter's business associate. Just last week, Biden lied again when confronted with information that he interacted with his family business associates, where he said it's lies, it's lies. The White House must comply with all of our requests for records from Joe Biden's time as vice president and all other committee requests related to the impeachment inquiry. Anything less is obstruction. Okay, one day at a time. Anybody, hey, Eagle, are you holding your breath that anything's going to happen? I don't think he is, not at this point. What's happening, 5-7?
We will say this, though, at least that's our votes at work. And, guys, it's like this. Yeah, we need to get President Trump back in office, but we need to get more Republicans in the House and in the Senate, or it's just going to be a lot of noise. This is going to be short. I got to jump out here in just a second, but dump this load. But we were talking about security earlier. I think the worst security issues and I've ever seen and I've ever had, I couldn't find my Social Security card to do this new license thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I went down and I went to the Social Security office and I got everything filled out, turned it in, and I was expecting to get my card, right then and there. Nope. Do you know they mailed that to me? Right there on the letterhead, Social Security office, you know? And, I mean, and there was my card inside that letter. You want to talk about, I mean, we have all kinds of trouble in our neck of the woods, if you want to say it. People pilfering our mail. I mean, you want to talk about laying your information out there, and they're the worst people to do it. I mean, there's no reason. You know, I can go get a license to drive, and they can make my driver's license right then and there. So I still can't figure out how come they did it that way. But it was like a week before I got, and all it was a piece of, you know, real light cardboard. It's something. There's no reason why they couldn't have printed out right then and there. So they were the worst so far, in my experience, of protecting your number, Social Security number. So we'll leave it at that. I got to jump out. We'll be copying the mail. Enjoying the show.
Yep, for many, many years, yes, when I would, when license renewal time would come around, you go into the license bureau, they take your photo, and literally within like 5 minutes, they had here's your license. For whatever reason, several years ago, in the state of Ohio anyway, they stopped that process. They'll give you a little piece of paper that's kind of like your temporary driver's license, and then they mail it They actually mail your driver's license nowadays as well. It seems so simple just to print them up right there at the License Bureau. I don't know if it's because they've added, what was that? The whole travel thing where you've got the holographics and the 3D stuff for the TSA, that you can get a license in Ohio now and so many other states, which essentially gives you the right to board an aircraft. Maybe they just couldn't put all those security features, make them available right there in the License Bureau. I'm guessing that would have something to do with it. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back to the phones we go. See what's going on with, let's see, I believe that would be Hillbilly. Morning.
Hey, Steve.
Hey there. Oh, is that Pup?
Hey, it's Pup.
Hello, Pup.
How you been?
Doing well. How about you?
Good. Staying busy. Hey, I was just going to let you know earlier in the night, I seen a good handful of those meteor shower things tonight.
Really?
Yep. Probably in between 8:30 and 9. They were more towards the south east.
Mm-hmm.
As I was running up down 69 here. But hey, I think I found a good part-time job for you and I.
Now, what would that be?
They're going to need somebody to sit behind that steering wheel and drink beer to make sure them things work, ain't they?
Well, probably. You want to be the official tester.
Heck yeah, if they're going to offer you and I free beer, what the heck? They don't even got to pay me. But just one more way for them to get into our deck. I reckon.
Yeah.
After you was talking about that, I thought I'll call him up and razz him, see if he wants a part-time job.
And I mean, are they going to be calibrated to detect .08? And how often? I mean, a lot of these breathalyzer things have to be calibrated on a regular basis anyway, don't they?
Yeah, I would assume so, especially ones that police officers use.
Yeah.
I know when we get our DOT physicals, the nurse says they've got to get them calibrated and stuff. But I don't really know how that works. Hopefully, I'm not on the wrong end of one of them one of these days. But have you heard from Heatwave?
I have not heard from Heat Wave. I guess it's, tomorrow will be about a week ago, and I think he got the good word he was hoping for last Friday with Estes. I believe someone posted he got the deal.
Yeah, he got the job last I knew. Monday he was in orientation and watching movies, and I think yesterday he had to take his test drive. And I'll text him here in the morning. And I think he's on, probably has one more day in the office, and then they'll probably cut him loose with another driver just to train him on our ELD stuff.
Okay.
But, he was all excited, so I was glad for him.
Where do you have to go for orientation?
Right there at the terminal there in Albuquerque.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah, they don't, it's just pretty much watching movies and filling out some paperwork and all that happy junk.
Mm-hmm.
So they aren't real stringent like a lot of companies. Some go to Chicago, some go here or there. They just do it at the home terminals wherever you get hired in.
Okay.
But no, I was just letting you know we're still out here listening, and if you find an application for that, maybe that'd be a good job for me and you on the weekend.
There you go. Job
all right,
accepted.
Steve, have a good night.
Thank you much. Pop, all right, good to hear from you. BUP, it's 8 before the hour. 844-844-3388. Of course, the devastating tornadoes ripping through Tennessee over the weekend Saturday have resulted in the displacement of roughly 250 U.S. Army families at Fort Campbell, located right there on the Kentucky-Tennessee border. An Army spokesperson told military.com that 250 Army families located at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, were indeed displaced by the tornadoes, resulting in widespread destruction of entire communities in the region. Of course, at least 6 dead in Tennessee. Fort Campbell, the military base for the 101st Airborne Division, the 5th Special Forces Group, and the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. Now, according to military.com, Clarksville, located outside of Fort Campbell, experienced a 150-mile-per-hour tornado Saturday. Significant damage in that community. According to the city of Clarksville's Facebook page, at least 271 homes and buildings suffered major damage to the point of being uninhabitable. Over 400 other buildings receiving minor to moderate damage. Now, while Fort Campbell had not reported any fatalities among the military base personnel or families, had only one reported injury linked to the base. Approximately 1,100 soldiers and family members were left without services like electricity, heat, or water. The utilities impacted by the tornadoes could take over a week to repair, they said, so probably some still without. We were hard hit by this tragedy, but it's humbling to see our community come together and again despite all of this. Colonel Chris Midbury, Fort Campbell's garrison commander, said, "We're honored to be part of this community. We thank you all for your support, and we will continue to support you as well." According to military.com, Fort Campbell, the tornadoes did not appear to cause significant damage to the base. However, each of the buildings on the military base continue to assess the damage and the impact of the tornadoes that tore through there. A couple minutes before we hit news break, so here we got Philip will be checking in. I do believe there was one successful launch. I think Starlink got up, but the Falcon Heavy, which was, I believe, slated to go up sometime here like this hour, has been put off once again. I don't think they actually announced a new attempted launch date, so that's been put off Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and not sure exactly what they've got going on. Ground checks of some sort, I believe, is what they've been citing there. Meanwhile, in the state of Virginia, authorities have determined that the Tesla automobile was operating on autopilot and speeding in the moments leading up to a crash with a tractor-trailer back in July that killed the Tesla driver. 57-year-old Pablo Teodoro III. Yeah, the third death since 2016 in which a Tesla that was using the autopilot ran underneath a crossing tractor-trailer, raising questions about the partially automated system's safety and where it should be allowed to operate. This crash occurred south of Washington, still under investigation by the Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which sent investigators to Virginia last summer and actually began a broader probe of autopilot more than 2 years ago. The county sheriff's office said yesterday that investigators determined autopilot was indeed in use when his Tesla Model Y was downloading information from the vehicle's event data recorder. Investigators used a search warrant to get access to the recorder back in July. Now, they released some of the results this week after inquiry by the Associated Press. The Tesla, they say, was traveling 70 miles per hour on the 4-lane US 29. It was actually 25 miles per hour over the posted speed limit, which in that region was 45 miles per hour. The road has a median and can be accessed at intersections as well as from driveways. Long said Teodoro took action in just the last second before the crash. So no attempting to brake. Apparently the Tesla autopilot did not attempt to brake. He apparently did try to hit the brakes, but 1 second before impact. Too late.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is urging Congress to approve his Ukraine funding request before the holiday recess.
Congress needs to pass a supplemental funding for Ukraine before they break the holiday recess, before they give Putin the greatest Christmas gift they could possibly give him.
He made this appeal in the Oval Office while alongside Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who had earlier directly appealed to lawmakers for additional support on Capitol Hill. This call for urgency coincides with the likelihood the lawmakers will conclude the last week of the legislative year without reaching an agreement. For many, the holiday season is the happiest time of the year. However, the hectic schedules can impact our mental health. Mental health expert Bradley Dirks from Kansas State University advises being mindful of stress levels during the holidays.
We're driven by expectations, and there's external expectations of the family. We've always done this in the family, and therefore it's your job now to maintain this, and there's expectations we place on ourselves.
According to the American Psychological Association, nearly 90% of people surveyed reported experiencing increased stress during the holiday season. 20% of black voters express a preference for an alternative candidate rather than choosing between President Biden or former President Trump in the upcoming year, according to a Gen Forward survey initially covered by Politico. This poses a challenge for Biden's potential second term, considering the pivotal role black voters played in his 2020 victory. The movie Wonka, starring Timothée Chalamet, is anticipating a debut of $35 million, aims to attract family audiences during the holiday season. Although the debut weekend of the adaptation of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory fell slightly behind the $41 million debut of Dune in 2021, which was the highest-grossing film starring Chalamet. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
New Hampshire's Governor Chris Sununu is expected to endorse Nikki Haley for president. Reports say the governor of the swing state will endorse Haley during a town hall tonight in Manchester. The endorsement could give the former South Carolina governor a boost in her push to emerge as the leading Republican alternative to Donald Trump, who's currently the Republican frontrunner. It's now less affordable than any time in recent history to buy a home. Mortgage rates slipped to about 7% last week, the lowest in several months, but they are still more than double what they were 2 years ago. Typically, high mortgage rates slow down home sales, and home prices should often as a result, but not this time. It's Taylor Swift's world. We just live in it.
Proving once again why Time Magazine named her their Person of the Year, Taylor Swift has donated $1 million to the Tennessee Emergency Response Fund at the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. She did attend high school in one of the counties that was hit by a string of tornadoes over the weekend that left at least 6 people dead and dozens more injured. I'm Corey Myers.
Bridgerton fans, you are in luck. The 3rd season of Bridgerton will debut next spring. Netflix announced part 1 of the season will debut on the streaming platform on May 16th. The second half of the season will follow on June 13th, and each part will contain 4 episodes. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regen, emissions, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Welcome aboard as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. That means we got us a Wednesday. Hey, hump day. I know a number of my Facebook friends have clicked on the story. Some have signed the petition. It's not something I had started. It was actually, for those who are familiar, my son had become a canine officer over the past year. A group known as the Haverkamp Foundation purchased the canine Striker. But Nancy Haverkamp had shared, because she's a big part of the law enforcement canine community all over the country. And they've started a petition via change.org sharing the story of a canine officer, the Hagen family. And she shared from the family member, Brittany, who started, I guess, the petition at change.org. I'm posting on my behalf to fight for this family to keep their beloved canine, Igor. After 5.5 years with Officer Hagen, 6.5-year-old canine Igor deserves to retire and live the rest of his life with his only known family. Now, when these canines, they do become part of the family, spend their life, and typically, like when a canine is retired, they do go with the officer to live out the rest of their life. It's the only family they've known. Officer Hagen and canine Igor have been together since September of 2018 at the Shaker Heights Police Department. That's in Ohio. A few months ago, Officer Hagen began applying for other local police departments. Once he applied, he immediately notified his command staff in a meeting out of respect for the department. The chief, who had recently moved from Nebraska and has been the chief of the Shaker Heights PD for less than a year, agreed with Officer Hagen in making a career change for the sake of his family and the family needs. The chief stated that Officer Hagen's points were fair, but he wanted to place canine Igor with a new handler, which kind of shocked Officer Hagen because he only applied to other departments and didn't have any other job offers at this time. The chief then followed up with Officer Hagen by saying, give me 2 more years, alluding to forcing Officer Hagen to remain at the department to rightfully retire his canine partner. Due to circumstances with canine Igor approaching 7 years old, that's getting close to the end of their career, Hagen offered the chief $10,000 of his own funds to purchase the canine. Now, ORC 9.62, I guess that's the code, states that canine handlers are to pay $1 for their canine partner's retirement. Hagen recognized that though canine Igor was close to retirement, he would still purchase the city a new canine with those funds, the $10,000. They denied that offer due to a clear act of spite. Chief Hudson stated, canine Igor is a tool, and there's no financial amount that would be considered. Either way, the chief disseminated a notice for a canine position prior to Officer Hagen being offered any other job. No others in the department applied for the position, but the chief advised Hagen that he would make the decision of retiring Igor and letting Officer Hagen buy him when and if he put in his resignation. Eventually, Hagen was offered a position with another department. He put in his formal 2 weeks' notice. He was told on the evening of Thanksgiving by the chief that he was to return Igor to the department and work with his commander on the arrangements upon doing so. Wednesday, the 29th, Officer Hagen was ordered to take K-9 Igor to Beacon Hill facility and drop him off. Igor is currently in this facility, away from his family, although Officer Hagen's last day with the department was Sunday, this past Sunday, the 10th. It is truly disheartening that the Shaker Heights Police Department robbed Officer Hagen of his final days with K-9 Igor. He spent 5.5 years with Officer Hagen and his family. Igor has been with this family through hardships and big life changes, including buying their first home together, marriage, finding their forever home, and welcoming his little human sister into the world July of last year. The Hagen family is the only family K-9 Igor has ever known, and instead of being with Hagen and the family for the remaining week and a half, has been living in a boarding facility on a 4x4 concrete pad because of the retaliation by Chief Hudson. The bond that Officer Hagen and Igor is beyond what anyone could ever imagine. K-9 Igor has saved Officer Hagen's life on multiple occasions. Igor is not a tool. He's a beloved member of the Hagen family and Hagen's best friend. This is the worst heartbreak this family's ever been through. Not only is this an obvious situation of retaliation, it's most importantly led to a very hostile work environment for those in the Shaker Heights Police Department. Officers were interested in a K-9 position, but ultimately not interested in taking a dog from another member of the department who should be retired to live out his life with his family. Clearly, with the information given and still no clear plan on what is to happen with Igor, we feel everyone needs to see the vindictiveness of Chief Hudson. That's where they've started the petition via change.org. I've shared that on my Facebook homepage there, and several listeners have shared it as well. But just for those out there that may not be a Facebook friend or whatnot, that's pretty disheartening. Anyone who has a fur baby, a pet, a dog, or dogs are man's best friend. They get attached to their owners, and of course, in police, their trainers. I know, my son for less than a year has had Stryker, but Stryker, shipped over from whatever country that was that he came in with, Poland or something, as a very, very young dog. Has known only my son, and that's his family, lives at the home. Son gets to bring the patrol vehicle, the K-9 unit home every night. Walks the dog in the evening, feeds the dog. It's just the bond between a dog and their owner. And can you imagine how lonely the dog feels now? What have you done to me? Kind of sad, but if you want to, would you like to click on that petition? I think they're just over, looking right now, it says 29,376. They're looking for 35,000 signatures. I don't know what the petition's going to get, unless you just pretty much go to the chief there and say, listen, man, we've got 35,000 signatures here. What are you doing? It is 844-3388. Hello, Philip.
Hey, buddy, how y'all doing today?
Hanging with them. Hump Day.
Yeah, Hump Day. Hey, I think they canceled both of them last night. I know they had canceled the Falcon Heavy, but I looked on the launch app and they said they had pushed the Starlink back to today too as well.
Is that right?
I don't know.
Okay, I thought they got that up. I may be wrong. I mean, it's because they've postponed several times, and information from Tuesday I may have thought was from Wednesday. I don't know.
I don't know either. I haven't had a chance to catch up with it, Steve, as usual. I've just been working. I haven't had a chance with it, and both of them are scheduled to go off when I'm sleeping, so that's why I really haven't kept up with it as much as I should. And I need to get in there a little bit more and check it out. But you were talking about that Tesla car hitting that truck earlier. We had the same kind of incident down here in Florida a few years ago with Fort Pierce, Florida, down on I-95. We had the back of a semi that was parked on the side of the road, and the guy hit the semi at about 90 miles an hour. And he wasn't even looking at anything. They think that he was sleeping with the car in auto mode. The best they can see. Yeah, I mean, he passed away, but the best they can determine by all the evidence, he was sleeping. But a lot of things that I see with those autonomous cars, and you know, it's this way where I work at, and I drive an autonomous vehicle every day at work. You have, with us, we're a safety critical position, so we can't have a phone or we can't be distracted or anything like that. But it just seems like with a lot of these vehicles, people just think, well, it's going to make the decision. What the heck, you know? And you can't do that. Still, you're there for a reason. You know, you still have to pay attention, no matter what. And that's the way it works. I mean, that computer can make a wrong decision as well as you. So you've got to make the decision for it and take it out of that mode and go into, you know, the manual mode and keep the vehicle from having the accident. I was watching a story yesterday about a young lady who just lost her life on the 7th of December, Steve, that crashed in an airplane up in Tennessee. And she had the airplane on autopilot, and the airplane, she didn't know how to use the autopilot the correct way. She wasn't making her corrections the right way, and the airplane crashed and killed her and her father. Now, what do you think, Steve? Do you think that we need to watch it? That's what we're there for, right?
Yeah.
It's what it is. I mean, I don't care if it's flying an airplane. Right now, I got my car in cruise control, you know, because that's the way I save fuel, but get my foot off the gas. If I have to make a decision to I have to shut that down, I got to shut it down. And it's the same way with the autonomous stuff. You're not there to play with your phone. You're not there to watch a movie, and I've heard about people doing that in cars. You know, watch a movie on a trip.
Yeah.
You're not there for that. If you're driving that vehicle and you're behind the wheel of it, that's what you're there to do. And to be quite honest, when trucking goes, if it ever goes to autonomous, whenever it starts, that is going to be the first thing that they do. Is they're going to have the driver. You got to pay attention to it. You know, just because it's doing all the work for you, it's no different. Now, look at it this way, Steve. You know what a machine shop is, Steve?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you go in a machine shop and you see all these big, huge machines making parts for people, and they do different things with them. Well, do you think that they're going to sit back and just watch TV while the machine's making a part? No, they're going to make sure that they're watching that machine to make sure that everything goes correctly and they can get that part out. And before things could go right, and the machine might come apart and hurt somebody.
Yep.
It's the same process with autonomous vehicles. You know? So it's kind of like you, Steve. You know, when we get out of line, you got to shut us down there. TNT up. You know, but it's, all joking aside, that's what the deal is with that autonomous stuff. I mean, you can have all the government sign off you want on it or anything. You have to pay attention. So, but that's all I got today, Steve. I'll catch you later, and I'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
And your first statement of the Falcon 9, yes, that indeed, that was scrubbed. I thought they got the Starlink. I guess the countdown was halted at some point because of that was due to the wind criteria, the upper level winds. So the Falcon 9 was scrubbed, and then the Falcon Heavy, which was supposed to launch sometime like early this morning, had even prior to that had already been scrubbed. So it's like 3 days in a row. A double scrub. All right. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, we'll get to Eskimo Mom in a moment here. She sends me a link to a Dumbass of the Week nominee. Was this Richmond, Ohio? An area police department made an unusual arrest on Monday. Richmond police served a warrant in the 600 block of South E Street. That's not the unusual part. The unusual part is how the information for the search warrant was actually obtained. On December 10, an off-duty officer was contacted via text message by a person she knew from a police encounter. According to the department, in the text messages, police said there were videos of large quantities of marijuana along with prices to purchase in different quantities. The officer was granted a search warrant for the individual's residence. On December 11, officers conducted a search warrant and seized over 14 pounds of marijuana, 633 grams of THC wax valued at over $7,000, several bags of gummies, a 9mm handgun, and $522. Logan Jarrett was arrested and booked in the Wayne County Jail for dealing marijuana, hashish, salvia, level 5 felony. Please let this be a reminder. Always double check who you're sending that text message to before hitting the send button. That was the message from police. All right, DA of the week, you big dummy. Merry Christmas, right? Ho, ho, ho. Hello, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. That was actually Richmond, Indiana. I got that off of WHIO, which is out of Dayton, and that's and pretty much Richmond's pretty much in their coverage area.
Okay.
And I thought that was just hilarious. We need a little hilarity every now and then from some of these DAs. But I did hear from speaking of heat wave. I did hear from him here earlier tonight. We text back and forth, and he told me that he thought it's supposed to be a driver or he's supposed to sit there in the passenger seat looking pretty tomorrow as an observer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on that. The gift cards. I was in Walmart. I was in my local Kroger store, and the gift. If you want a Visa card or a MasterCard gift card, you have to go to the service desk or any register to be able to get one of those. They didn't have any of them up on their little board thing, so I'm thinking that's part of they're cutting down on. They're trying to cut down on all those issues too.
Really? Okay. And, interesting. Because normally, like my Kroger, you got end caps, and you got hundreds of different kinds. Restaurant gift cards and Visa, MasterCard, all that stuff. Are they not out there like that now?
They've got the restaurants and all the Visa cards and the MasterCards, and those are the ones they do not have up.
Okay.
And I'm thinking it's because those can be spent at other places other than the restaurants.
Very good.
Yep. And when you're talking about the driver's license here earlier, it's the real ID that's that federal thing. And I know the good thing about that is that in the state of Ohio, if you got to get your license renewed, and if you got one of those real IDs, and if you have not changed your name or not changed your address or anything, you don't even have to. I did not even have to give them my paperwork. All I needed to do is say I wanted to renew it, and I didn't even have to worry about it.
Cool, because I got to renew mine. Mine expires in 24. I'll be doing that. Me and the princess both.
Yep, I had and I had to have mine. Had to have mine done here earlier this year. I should rephrase it. I had to have it done 1 year, 1 day before you did, or before you will.
Okay.
But I had, and what the bad part about having a hazmat endorsement is that my driver's license exam station does not exist any longer, so I have to go down to Troy, which is about 20 miles to the south, to be able to get that stuff done. So I just did everything in one shot down there, and that's when I found out that the real ID does renew itself.
Very good. Well, everything else going good out there? Y'all ready for the holidays after your little staycation? Are you going to have to work like through Christmas now?
Yeah, I'm supposed to. Well, I found out when I got back to work tonight that they were supposed to have a 6th day here. I'm looking to be next week, but I'm not on the list yet, so I don't know what's going on. But it's that time of the year. We're supposed to be running heavy with freight here next week, but the good thing about the Meyer chain is that the Christmas Eve night they close. I don't know the time offhand the stores close. And they will be closed Christmas Day and will not reopen until the day after Christmas. But with us, we will be off later on the 24th into the 25th, and it just depends on what day off, what our days off are. I may end up being off for Christmas, and I've been informed by my brother that I get to fix Christmas dinner.
Oh boy! So you get a day off, and then you get to. What's more difficult? Driving a truck or slaving behind the stove all day cooking Christmas dinner? All right, get a news break here, 29 past the hour.
USA News Update.
The United Nations has called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. On Tuesday, the General Assembly passed the resolution with a 2/3 majority. However, both proposed amendments to the ceasefire presented by the U.S. and Austria were unsuccessful. The U.S. has expressed support for a pause in fighting, but opposes a ceasefire that might enable Hamas to plan another attack on Israel.
Harvard's governing board has decided to retain Claudine Gay as the university's president following her testimony on campus anti-Semitism before a congressional committee. It's Taylor Swift's world.
Taylor Swift has donated $1 million to the Tennessee Emergency Response Fund at the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. She did attend high school in one of the counties that was hit by a string of tornadoes that left at least 6 people dead.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code OvernightDrive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, it's 844-844-3388. Got an email from Big Buford in northern Wisconsin. Says it's 22 degrees, clear night tonight. Can you get me the information on signing to get that canine back home? What a shame. He should be with the only family he knows. Keep up the good work. Love the show. I go way back when you were actually working with your dad and actually doing the weekends. That's been a few years. I sent him the link, the email in the link there. Thank you so much, Larry. Appreciate that. Big Buford in Wisconsin. The C&I dog. I've been in and out of cell. I see you've connected 2 or 3 times. What's going on, C&I?
Yes, I rebooted my phone. Hopefully we got a better connection here. First thing is that accident on the turnpike at the toll booth. I had two friends that got stuck in that backed up traffic. They said it was pretty bad, tore right through that one truck. And then, according to him, from what he was telling me, it was towards the left a little bit. The tractor ended up inside the slot of the toll booth. That's what he said, but
wow.
Wasn't there to witness myself.
All right.
It was quite a backup, at least 2 miles. They were able to get around on the right, slowly shuffle them through there, but he said it was pretty bad. Second thing I'll talk about is on the road lately, like even in Chicago area on the 294, which is a real crowded road on a regular basis. I'm on 57 just north of Bethlehem. There is very little car traffic compared to what I consider normal. I don't know if it's the economy. It can't be the price of fuel because
that's down.
I've seen the price of fuel in my neighborhood.
Yeah,
like $2.97 a gallon. What do you got fuel at?
I think I paid $2.76 the other day. As a matter of fact, that's the cheapest I've had in a long time.
So it's not the price of fuel that's. My poor daughter, who just got a home not too long ago, just got socked with a $6,000 increase on her Illinois taxes for her house. It's like, what's this? And on the back of the paper, it tells you how to appeal it. But, from what I understand from some people, you got to get a hold of a lawyer to do that. I think that's all I got. I'm really enjoying the show.
Come on, we've all got $6,000 laying around. No big deal, right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who needs to buy anything for Christmas or plan any trips to go anywhere in the summertime, right?
Yeah. Wow, that hurts.
Yeah. All right, be safe. Talk to you later.
All right, appreciate you checking in. Thank you much. See you now, dog. Yeah, what else we got here? I see several. I guess I get updates since I shared that link. Yeah, Steve, you've inspired someone to sign the petition. By sharing a petition, you've made a real impact. Each new supporter is another person who could spread the word and bring our campaign closer to victory. All right, thanks for all those who've maybe helped out sharing that there. Well, let's take it back to the 2020 election cycle. Where there was nothing fishy going on, nothing. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Well, unless you want to look at the actual survey. Did anybody do anything they shouldn't have done? Any improprieties? Well, apparently there's a whole lot. In the 2020 election, more than 1 in 5 voters who submitted ballots by mail say they did so fraudulently. According to the Rasmussen Reports and the Heartland Institute, they did a survey that asked those who voted by mail in the 2020 election if they filled out a ballot in part or in full on behalf of, say, a friend or a family member, a spouse or a child. 21% said yes, they had done so. Now, many states allow voters to receive assistance while voting. The Heartland Institute notes filling out ballots on behalf of another person is illegal across the country. In addition, 17% of mail-in voters in the 2020 election say they cast a ballot in a state where they were no longer a permanent resident. Also a violation of federal election law. Another 17% of mail-in voters said they signed a ballot on behalf of someone else. Also a violation of election law. Justin Haskins with the Heartland Institute said the results of this survey are nothing short of stunning. For the past 3 years, Americans have repeatedly been told the 2020 election was the most secure in history. But if this poll's findings are reflective of the reality, The exact opposite is true. This conclusion is not based on conspiracy theories or suspect evidence, but rather from the responses made directly by the voters themselves. Another 10% of all voters said they know someone who admitted to casting a mail-in ballot in a state where they're not a permanent resident, and 11% said they know someone who admitted to signing a mail-in ballot on behalf of someone else. In the 2020 election, mail-in voting, as we all know, skyrocketed as states rushed to loosen the election laws under the guise of the coronavirus pandemic. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, 43% of all voters that year cast ballots by mail, and 26% cast ballots before Election Day. Survey questioned about 1,100 likely U.S. voters. Survey was conducted November 30th through December 6th, here just a couple of weeks ago. But, nothing to see here. It is 844-3388. What's happening, Pappy?
What's up, Steve? Nothing will be done to the people that perpetrated that fraud and crime. But all you got to do is come out and call it, and you get handcuffs put on you, man. Ain't that the flip a doodle?
Yep.
Hey, man, you see who was on the cover of Time magazine?
Who is it?
Our voluptuous little blonde there. Taylor Swift.
Well, I heard, I guess, on the news break that she got, Woman of the Year or something?
Yeah. Steve, remember how we were talking about Project Mockingbird a few nights ago? It's all done by design. Somebody else was talking about this. She wasn't nothing a couple years ago. She kind of kept her political views to herself. Now, all of a sudden, she's woke. I'm sure her agent was contacted and said, hey, listen, man, here's the deal. We're going to make her a big star. We're going to make her a lot of money. She needs to come out and be the voice for all these hip-hop kids, man.
Mm-hmm.
That was a rigged event there. Hey, Q-Ball's call was pretty good. Hey, the Korean War was a ceasefire, Steve. Nobody won that war. That's a ceasefire that still is in effect.
Pretty much today, right? That's never ended, essentially. Yeah.
Vietnam War, that was to stop communism, obviously, which Kennedy didn't want us to get in there. And the first Gulf War, Steve, the whole Kuwait deal, right? We went to war over that for what? Oil. The old petro. Now that the government's trying to stop. It's amazing, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Then what was after that? The Iraqi War. George Bush's war. That was all on the basis of weapons of mass destruction, which they never did find. Didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Move on to the Afghanistan war, Steve. That was all as of a result of 9/11. We got to go after the radical Islamics, man, who attacked us. 20 years of that, Steve. 20 years.
And as he questioned, that's what Q-Ball questioned. What did we actually win out of that? What did we get? Because we just pretty much...
I'll tell you who won was the military-industrial complex and the D.C. swamp rats.
They're the ones that won. Got rich. You needed to drag that out and drag it out, man. Keep breaking in the money.
Well, isn't that the same military-industrial complex that with where every billions of dollars worth of munitions we send over to Ukraine or Israel, that's the same people that are getting rich today, isn't it?
Yes. Reading my mind, Steve. Steve, let me ask you something, though, man. Bagram Air Base, the largest air base in Afghanistan that we built, 400 miles from China. We just give that up, along with the billions and billions of dollars worth of military supplies, everything, from M4s to armored vehicles to attack helicopters. Steve, why did we give that base up? China made a phone call to old Biden and said, listen, man, can't keep that base. No. Nobody in the right mind would have gave that air base up, Steve.
I mean, it was, yes, that was a highly valuable, I mean, it would have offered at least some protection. Because, I mean, we're still in Iraq. I mean, I thought we were all done there. But, Uncle Farah's son, he's over there. He's on the ground right now.
Yeah, they got a handful of troops over there. Obviously, they're shooting mortars at us in Baghdad, right?
Yep.
The embassy. I think that was the start, really, of the downfall, that pullout, the way he done it. Stephen, we said it from the get-go, man, from the very beginning about his foreign policy and that he's compromised, man. I don't know. All that money going through DC's pocket. Well, hopefully we'll drain the swamp, Steve, and things will change. But I'm telling you right now, man, did you by chance see Bongino's show today?
I did not. No, sir.
Man. No. He was talking about a movie out there. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Take on it. Actually, Michelle and Barack Obama were executive producers of this movie. It's out. Man, I should have wrote down the name of it. He was highly suggesting everybody watch this movie. It's about how the world's going to end. I think that's the title of the movie, something like that. How the world will end or something like that. And I guess when Hollywood went to Barack, said, hey, man, what do you think? That Hollywood producer said it scared the out of him. Talking about the grid going down, total chaos. And way Bongino was talking, what would Brock knows something, man? Are they trying to warn us what might be coming?
Was it Leave the World Behind? I saw a headline, something about that here, like yesterday. Is that?
Yes, I think that's it. I think that's it.
Because I had no idea. I mean, something said people that have seen it were left disturbed, I guess, was the way they put it.
Yeah. Well, that's what Bongino was saying. He said the movie itself isn't really all that well made. Budget for it couldn't have been that much, but very disturbing of what can happen. See, we've been talking about this for I don't know how many years. Of what can happen if we really get hit by a major cyber attack that knocks out the power grids. And I don't know. I guess this movie was about a small little town and I don't know, group of people trying to survive. I don't know. Might have to check it out, I guess. I'm not going to go to the movie theater and see it.
That's right.
Stay home now or something. I don't know. But, and he was even like saying, man, listen, you know, I don't really, not saying this to obviously to put any money in Michelle and Brock's pocket.
Yeah.
But, go check this movie out, people. What are you saying?
Well,
really open your eyes.
Sounds interesting. I pulled it up here. It's, I guess, Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke, Kevin Bacon, some names in the movie. A family vacation on Long Island, interrupted by two strangers bearing news of a blackout. As the threat grows, both families must decide how to survive the potential crisis, all while grappling with their own place in the collapsing world.
That's it. I mean, Steve, just think of it really. Hey, he said he went to Louisiana, and I don't know if he was down there for a book signing or something, but he was driving around with a couple law enforcement, older guys down there that were down there working when Katrina hit. Remember how bad that got?
Mm-hmm.
And these cops were telling him that in a matter of hours, not days, but hours, everything just fell apart. And I guess the point was, if you think the government's going to save you, when they're probably going to be behind it all. Obviously not a hurricane, but you got to save yourself. He said these cops were, it was just every man for himself. Remember them videos, people up on their roofs trying to be rescued, and it was just chaos down there for I don't know how long, several weeks.
Mm-hmm.
What's the old saying? 4 meals away from, you miss 4 meals, you start to get mighty hungry. Especially if you got little ones looking at you like, Daddy.
Desperate people do desperate things.
Yeah. All right, my man, I appreciate you taking the call. Got out, cut the grass today, cleaned the leaves up, felt good. Felt good out there, man. Fired the old generator up, let that thing run for a few minutes. Topped it off, and I put it back. Remember old Kyle when he was talking about when you store them generators, man, don't run them empty. Leave it full of gas.
Yep.
I got the stay bill in it too, Steve.
There you go. So it'll fire right up.
Yes, sir. And it did. It fired right up, man. No problems at all. So, all right, my man. Probably give you a shout tomorrow. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Thanks for taking the call. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for checking in. Thanks for the little tip. I guess what this Leave the World Behind thing is, I guess, a Netflix film. I don't know if it's actually in theaters. Netflix. A family's getaway to a luxurious rental home takes an ominous turn when a cyber attack knocks out all their devices and 2 strangers appear at their door. I might have to see if we can check that out. Now, speaking of cyber attack, and this, fiction versus reality, yeah, how do these things happen? I mean, just this past day, let me pull it up. Newsmax had the headline. Chinese hackers targeting key U.S. infrastructure. This isn't Netflix. This isn't a film. This is real-life reality. how many things Hollywood or science fiction, fictitious films have become pretty much reality in just our lifetimes. But true story, hackers with links to the China's People's Liberation Army have managed to get inside the computer systems of about 24 entities over the past year that are critical to American infrastructure, a.k.a. the Washington Post. And the Chinese military is now stepping up its ability to disrupt critical infrastructure in the United States, including power and water, along with transportation and communications systems. The Chinese hacking is part of an effort to spark panic and chaos or tangle logistics in the event of a U.S. confrontation with China in the Pacific. Already, a Hawaiian water utility has fallen victim to a cyber attack, along with a key West Coast port and one oil and gas pipeline. The hackers also tried to break into the operators of Texas Power Grid. The focus on Hawaii, which is home to the Pacific Fleet, points to the fact that Chinese military wants the ability to complicate U.S. efforts to move troops and equipment to a region if a conflict were to break out over Taiwan. Now, the Post noted none of the intrusions impacted industrial control systems or actually caused any disruptions. It is very clear that Chinese attempts to compromise critical infrastructure are in part to pre-position themselves to be able to disrupt or destroy said critical infrastructure in the event of a conflict. Brandon Wales, Executive Director of the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Safety Agency, says to either prevent the U.S. from being able to project power into Asia or to cause actual societal chaos inside the United States. And I guess after reading that, I can see why people might be somewhat disturbed by "Leave the World Behind." We'll return after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is appealing directly to lawmakers for increased aid in the country's battle against Russia. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer describes the meeting on Capitol Hill as impactful.
He outlined in some great detail the kind of help he needs and how it will help him win.
However, Republicans and Democrats are deadlocked over additional funding for Kyiv, with Republicans demanding tougher border policies as a condition for supporting President Biden's proposed aid package. The Israel-Hamas conflict persists into its 67th day. The United Nations General Assembly is poised to vote today on an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Since the conflict commenced on October 7th, approximately 90% of Gaza's population has been displaced. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell states that passing aid for Ukraine and Israel before the holiday break is practically impossible.
Obviously, negotiating border solution is very complicated.
This is due to an impasse between Republicans and Democrats over additional funding for Kyiv. Republicans are insisting on linking any aid to more stringent U.S. border policies. McConnell's remarks follow Ukrainian President Zelensky's meetings on Capitol Hill this morning to advocate for increased U.S. support. Arizona's Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs is urging the Biden administration to allocate over $500 million amidst the escalating migrant crisis. In a letter to President Biden, Hobbs attributes the request to the federal government's failure to secure Arizona's border with Mexico. The closure of the Lukeville port of entry has resulted in an unmitigated risk, jeopardizing the state's safety and commerce. Customs and Border Protection shut down the port last week to enhance support for Border Patrol in migrant processing. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A new report says almost a fourth of the planet's freshwater fish are at risk of extinction. The so-called Red List was issued by the International Union of Conservation of Nature and includes Atlantic salmon and green turtles. Some 2,000 species were added to this year's list, unveiled at the COP28 United Nations Climate Change Conference in Dubai. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is reacting to a recent poll that shows only 28% of voters approve the job he's doing. The mayor says he respects that New Yorkers are feeling angry, partly because of the budget cuts and the migrant crisis, which he blames mostly on the federal government.
This has been a successful administration that got hit with a national crisis.
The Quinnipiac poll shows 30% believe he did something unethical related to the investigation into his 2021 mayoral campaign. The mayor insists he follows the rules.
So there are those who are political opportunists that from the day I was elected, no matter what we did, they did everything to try to derail our city.
Travel will continue to be on the upswing this holiday season. AAA predicts over 115 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles over the last 10 days of the year. It's the highest projection since 2019. Los Angeles Lakers announced they will raise a banner to honor their NBA in-season tournament title. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we get that final hour underway, what do we have? One more round. A couple of quick tidbits, kind of picking up right where we left off there at the top of the hour. I'm going to tell the wife to look up. I think that's a Netflix original film. Pappy sent me a couple headlines. First of which, I'm not sure which magazine this was, but Barack Obama's producer, I guess, another producer on the Netflix disaster movie scared the F out of me, says director. The upcoming film, Leave the World Behind, marks the first fictional movie from the Obamas' Higher Ground production company. Yeah, I know that, Barack and Michelle had gone over to the Netflix thing, and so they are two. I think there's like 5 different producers of the film. But as I mentioned, it's kind of like fictional that could become reality. NBC News headline from just a couple of months ago. Top U.S. cyber official offers a stark warning of potential attacks on infrastructure if tensions with China escalate. Biden and his supporters try to excuse and deflect attention from their own authoritarian actions. Again, that's NBC News headline, August 12. The story I was just sharing, I guess Newsmax shared from the Washington Post, dated December 11, day before yesterday. Headline: China's cyber army is invading critical U.S. services. A utility in Hawaii, a West Coast port, a pipeline. Victims over just the past year. And all the while, this stuff's going on, like I said, China is paying close attention to as we're continuing to deplete and send weapons that could be used for our defense or to repel their actions. Let's just get everything depleted and then they move. And of course, we continue to send, whether intentional or not, every time I purchase something made in China, and we do that, it's inevitable. Look at all this, all the decorative, the Christmas decorations. Where do you think that nutcracker behind me was made? Guarantee that came from China. Probably the little Santa Claus on my desk that my mom bought. Where do you think all this stuff we're buying here, we're spending for Christmas? Most of it's coming out of China. That brings me to, anybody got their free COVID test? Now, I think the government still actually renewed that here a few weeks ago. They're offering you free COVID test.gov or whatever you can order. But I mean, the last couple of years, and we've ordered some, and each time you order them, they get different brand, different box, different packaging. Some of them, yes, made in China. Senator Rick Scott of Florida reintroduced a bill this week that would prohibit the use of federal funds to purchase at-home COVID tests from China. We've spent millions and millions of our dollars. It's going to China. who's actively working to bring us down. According to the press release from Scott's office, the No Taxpayer Dollars for Communist Chinese COVID Tests Act, reintroduced on Monday, seeking to block the use of taxpayer dollars to buy COVID tests that are imported from, manufactured in, or obtained from a subsidiary of a company in the Communist People's Republic of China. There's absolutely no reason this administration should be buying COVID tests made in communist China instead of working with American manufacturers to support domestic production, says Scott. I've been clear. We need to stop giving communist China our money and buy American-made. Unfortunately, instead of supporting American manufacturing, the Biden administration is again bowing to a murderous communist regime, handing hundreds of millions of your tax dollars to the CCP-controlled companies in communist China. Obviously referring to the Chinese Communist Party. The Biden administration's willingness to fund the communist Chinese economy rather than the American economy is a disgrace, he says. See where that goes. Now, it's obviously reintroduced because when it was introduced the first time, undoubtedly it was not passed for whatever reason. I don't know. And one other tidbit, Pappy also chimed in, Cue Ball earlier mentioned, with Vladimir Zelensky making his visits to the U.S. Time after time. You would think after the billions of dollars that we've given Ukraine, Monica could at least buy a damn suit. He shows up looking like a bum. That's him. In the meantime, folks in Chicago apparently not real happy with the continued influx of illegals arriving in their city from, coming through the southern border, but they could be from anywhere in the damn world. In the Chicago suburbs of Cicero and Rosemont, authorities have taken measures against buses transporting illegal migrants from El Paso. According to the Washington Examiner this past day, Rosemont police only allowed migrants to leave the bus if they had someone there to pick them up. According to Mayor Brad Stevens, who added others threatened to impound the bus and arrest the driver for endangering the passengers if he let them out. The Rosemont Village Board is considering an ordinance to support the officers. Cicero went a step further, imposing fines for bus companies that allow homeless migrants to get off the bus. $750 fine per person. This response reflects a broader trend among Chicago suburbs addressing the influx of illegals. Schaumburg and Elk Grove Village, for example, have enacted ordinances to restrict housing options for migrants, citing health and community concerns. But Oak Park has committed $1 million in state and federal COVID-19 funds to house migrants in hotels. Addressing what the village president, Vicky Scaman, calls a humanitarian crisis. Mayor Johnson says he plans to relocate nearly 1,600 migrants from police stations to permanent camps. He says, I inherited this migrant crisis from former Mayor Lori Lightfoot, Beetlejuice. Of course, on the East Coast, New York Mayor Adams criticizing the federal government's response to the crisis at a hearing on Tuesday as well, highlighting the disproportionate burden on cities and the potential impact on city budgets, including possible layoffs. Come on, you Democrat-run cities. That's what you get. How about your designation as a sanctuary city? Any second thoughts on that? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Yes, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Oh, you went right to where I'm going with that, Your Honor. That was my question for you. I question about Democrats. I hear I hear on the news there that Arizona governor, a Democrat's got problems with the migrants coming across the border. I thought the migrants coming across the border were a good thing because it added voters to the Democratic rolls. Shouldn't she be down there with the red carpet and glasses of wine or champagne or something, welcome them into the country?
Yeah,
not telling the.
Interesting that you
I'm
bring that
confused.
up. Just earlier this week, that was brought up in a hearing. I think this was questioning someone out of New York. The question was asked, are illegals allowed to vote in New York? Now, if memory serves, they did vote to allow illegals to vote in New York City for not for federal office, but for, like, I guess, local. For your city council, your local, your off, your election. So if you allow all these illegals to come in and pretty much dictate what the leadership in the city is going to be, then what happens with your leadership?
There you go. Kind of what happened out there in Dearborn, Michigan, right?
That's
kind of the local population voted in what they wanted to be leaders.
That's where you get the likes of Ilhan Omar. You get what you vote for.
And then the question is when do they vote in Sharia law out there? Because that's what they want to have because they're the leaders and that's what they vote in. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, that was kind of my question. You know, you hear this Adams there from the mayor of New York there still complaining about the illegals showing up in his city. And of course, we remember way back there was some that went to Martha's Vineyard. Remember the illegals that got shipped up to Martha's Vineyard, Your Honor?
Boy, they got them out of there in short order. How long did it take? It was hours. They get them the hell out of here.
Oh, but you remember how? It was like it was a humanitarian disaster or something that they were claiming it was that for what one busload of illegal aliens.
Yeah.
But yeah, but hearing the Democratic governor there, Arizona, complaining that they shut down a crossing area. Now they're just pouring across the border. And what does she want? Does she want a wall or something there on the side of Arizona blocking the? I thought that was bad. And speaking of that, I've been meaning to ask, whatever happened to the bobbers that the governor of Texas there that put out in the Rio Grande. What's the name of that river? One of them rivers down there.
the buoys.
Put all them
the
bobbers
buoys.
out. The buoys. He put them out there in the middle of the river. The federal government wanted them to take them out. Did he ever take them out, or are they still out there causing to being a deterrent to the people trying to swim across the river?
I think they had to move them out from the middle and move them over toward the shore, if memory serves. And there was a ruling just last week. They also, remember, the feds were trying to allow Border Patrol to cut through the razor wire or whatever, the wire trying to keep them.
Yeah.
I think a court somewhere ruled that they put a stop to that, too, telling them you can't cut through this.
Okay. Well, I like the point that they welded the gates open there on some of them flood control stuffs and welded all the gates open. So
that was for flood control. Control.
Yeah, flood control. We have to weld the gates open. Don't want the water to get stuck. So, but no, that was my question. That was what I was calling in about there. So, other than that, that's all we got going for you. I did get to hear a little bit of Pup's call there, so it's good to hear the update there on the old heat wave out there. So maybe we'll get to hear from him next week. Maybe the end of this week or next week. Maybe he'll call in with an update of how his situation's turning out. But sounds like it's starting to go a little better than that other place he was trying to work for.
Yeah, I guess he's got to get out there, get on his own where he can actually have a little bit of opportunity to dial us up. Right, busy right now.
Yeah, well. Depends on what time of day he gets to work too. Being a new guy there, he might not get the choice to choose what time he gets to work, and depending on what the good runs are, he won't be on the good runs right in the beginning. I don't think. Not usually the way it works, but anyways, we'll see how it all develops. So wish him the best though. So I guess with all that, we'll let you go out there and do some more due diligence. Maybe you can get that one armed bandit back in here again. A crazy guy from Wisconsin there out there.
Yeah, so. Scarecrow. Speaking of the one-arm bandit, Edner from Monkey Gouger, this is his off week, right? On one, off one. It's real quickly. Yeah, the federal appeals court temporarily paused a ruling. Again, this was last week, that allowed the Border Patrol to remove the barbed wire the Texas authorities had been installing on the border. U.S. District Judge Alina Moses, a George W. appointee, declined to issue an injunction blocking the federal government from removing the wire, despite criticizing the Biden administration's handling of the border. After the Attorney General Ken Paxton's swift appeal, the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals issued an administrative stay temporarily pausing the ruling. Texas, of course, has sued the Biden administration for its practice of cutting the border wire. That's been going on since back in October. I'm pleased the court recognized the extent of the federal government's blatant, disturbing efforts to subvert law and order at our state's border with Mexico. This is an important step supporting Texas's right to protect our citizens from Biden's doctrine of open borders at any cost. Biden's doctrine, open borders at any cost, threatens the safety of our citizens. We will continue to fight every step of the way. Moses wrote in her Wednesday ruling that the evidence amply demonstrates the utter failure of the Biden administration to deter, prevent, and halt unlawful entry into the United States. The law may be on the side of the defendants and compel a resolution in their favor today, but it does not excuse their culpable and duplicitous conduct. The defendants cannot claim the statutory duties they're so obviously derelict in enforcing as excuses to puncture the plaintiff's attempts to shore up the defendant's failing system. Nor may they seek judicial blessing of practices that both directly contravene these same statutory obligations and require the destruction of the plaintiff's property.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
What else we have in the mix here? What did we leave off? Let me jump over to other industry headlines. I mentioned last evening how the FMCSA tends to kind of kick the can down the road. What was the latest rulemaking? I think last night we were talking about the side underride guards. Not expected to hear anything about that till somewhere at least in April. Then this past day, from speed limiters to automatic emergency braking systems, the FMCSA will spend much of the coming year, 24, working on several controversial mandates. One rulemaking that we may not have to worry about for a while, though, was the proposal to require electronic IDs on commercial motor vehicles. According to the DOT, their just published regulatory agenda, that rulemaking has been moved to their long-term actions. No movement expected in the next year. Now, it was last year they issued that advance notice of proposed rulemaking that considered requiring all commercial vehicles operating in interstate commerce to possess a unique electronic identifier. The CVSA, which petitioned the FMCSA for the rulemaking, claims this would improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the roadside inspection program by allowing officers to focus efforts on high-risk carriers and drivers. OOIDA and many truck drivers quickly and adamantly opposed the proposal, receiving more than 2,000 comments, with many of them coming from truckers who cited privacy concerns and government overreach. OOIDA minced no words, calling the potential electronic ID mandate an unwarranted intrusion into the privacy of truckers. OOIDA and our members oppose this proposal in the strongest possible terms. Wrote Todd Spencer in the comments, our members have been extremely clear that this concept is an unwarranted intrusion into their privacy, as well as an overly costly and burdensome requirement that does nothing to improve their efficiency or safety. To strengthen their point, they actually cited George Orwell's 1984. OOIDA does not support the erosion of privacy nor the destruction of identity through surveillance and control. To ask for more surveillance and control in the name of safety on our highways is to venture into what George Orwell would call doublespeak. The term Big Brother has come to signify government control and intrusion into truck drivers' individual lives. Of course, they also cited concerns the requirement would be considered a warrantless search, which would be a violation of the U.S. Constitution's Fourth Amendment. I think those comments and the sentiments from many drivers actually maybe got through clearly to the administration. Oftentimes we feel like they don't pay attention to what we say, but I think they've got the message there. Nothing on the slate, not even going to look at it for the next year. Now, in the future, who knows? Let's get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update.
The United Nations has called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. On Tuesday, the General Assembly passed the resolution with a 2/3 majority. However, both proposed amendments to the ceasefire, presented by the U.S. and Austria, were unsuccessful. The U.S. has expressed support for a pause in fighting, but opposes a ceasefire that might enable Hamas to plan another attack on Israel.
Harvard's governing board has decided to retain Claudine Gay as the university's president following her testimony on campus anti-Semitism before a congressional committee. It's Taylor Swift's world.
Taylor Swift has donated $1 million to the Tennessee Emergency Response Fund at the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. She did attend high school in one of the counties that was hit by a string of tornadoes that left at least 6 people dead.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back here. Back to the phones. Brother Rambler on board. How's the puppy doing?
Well, praise God. Oh, well, praise God, Steve. Seems like the puppy is doing pretty good, you know, and I thank you for all the prayers, man. Like I said, I told my wife, Lady Rambler, this morning, or yesterday morning when I walked in, and Well, first off, when I pulled up, I looked out, when I pulled up, got out my Tahoe and went inside the church. I got a refrigerator inside our church. I go put all my work stuff in. And I looked, and, she's at the sliding glass door, tail wagging, watching me. And, of course, I make myself look like a total moron because I always get out in the middle of the yard and go, oh, row, just like that, so I can get her wound up and going. And she was all chipper and happy and everything like that. So when I walked in, she was all she got the zoomies. I'm like, well, girl, you're doing pretty good,
Good.
And so she was ready to go on her walk. I looked at her food bowl where she had eaten some of her food. We give her, small pellet dry food. That's grain free.
Mm-hmm.
So, she seems like whatever was going on, we can't get her mouth open. She won't let us, look inside of her mouth. But hopefully whatever's going on, if it was an abscess or whatever, it's burst or whatever it has. My wife's like, well, we need to take her to the bed. I said, well, the way she's acting is a total 180, what she was doing yesterday, to where she wasn't just hardly doing nothing. They couldn't hardly close her mouth and chew. So, prayer works, God's children, even for your dog and even for your cat. And yes, I believe in praying for your animals. For those of you who think it's ridiculous, think about this, Steve. Think about the way our grandparents grew up when they had to have a mule or an ox to plow the field. You mean to tell me if that mule or that ox got down, they didn't go outside and pray for them? Had a buddy of mine from Florida tell me, he said, shoot, there was one time his grandparents, the mule got down. Grandpa went out there, stayed in the barn all night long because that was the source of how, you planted crops back then. So, yeah, we definitely believe at Determined Ministries Church and praying for our animals. And yes, if you follow us at Determined Ministries Church, which you can, Steve, find us on Facebook. We're live every Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. Central. You'll hear Coda in the background. If you attend our church, you will see she is in our church. She is, I guess you would say Coda, our Siberian Husky, is the official usher because she likes greeting people. She sees a stranger. She sits down, and she literally puts her paw out for you to shake her hand. For real. I kid you not. I'm telling you the gospel truth. So yeah, I'm glad she's doing good because she's such a part of our family, as well as I know Turbo is, and as a part of your family. And so, but I do got some sad news. I was going through Facebook tonight, and my boss, Joel Blackwell, his wife has been battling multiple myeloma for almost a year now, and thought they had it eradicated, had stem cell transplants, everything, and it has come back with a vengeance.
Uh-oh.
And now they got is right, Steve, and it's not looking good. They're going to be going up there to Birmingham to start a whole new plan, and what she said is the chemo and radiation is going to be a lot tougher. So, just have to keep on praying for Sue Blackwell. Now, you mentioned Pup a while ago. Hello, Pup, driving for Estes out there. And I believe that's who he drives for. We're still praying over his situation. And, behind the scenes, some of us, talk. And, Heatwave and myself have been praying about his situation for a long time. And, we have been praying about. And I will tell you that, the last job Neil Heatwave Holster had, he made it publicly clear he was not happy. And when you go from making the kind of money he was making to you're making not even a fraction of that to even get by, of course you're not going to be happy. But, we sit on the phone and we put this before the Lord. Neil and I did. And I said, Heatwave, we're just going to put your situation up on the pedestal, up on the altar. We're going to put it out there. We're just going to ask God to move on your situation. And praise God, I'm glad the Lord moved. And, I'll let Heat Wave. He'll come on at some point in time, and we'll let him tell it. I don't want to ruin his testimony, Steve. But I'm so very happy that God is just blessing. God is moving. And you can't outgive and you can't outdo my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He's the best friend I've ever had. He has never lied to me, Steve. He's never stabbed me in the back. He's never, screwed me out of money. He ain't never done me wrong, and he'll never do you wrong either. But, we mentioned Determined Ministries Church. I'm sorry, God, we will not be live this Sunday at 5 o'clock. Instead, there was an old Hank Williams Jr. song called, and it's on the High Notes album, if you want to go listen to the song, or pull it up on Spotify, Apple Music, or YouTube Music, whatever you want to listen to. The name of the song is called High and Pressurized. And no, it's not talking about smoking the devil's lettuce. It's talking about being in an airplane. Or as James E. Cornett, former manager of the legendary Midnight Express, beautiful Bobby Eaton and stunning Stan Lane, or Dennis Condrey, whatever you want to call them, calls it the death tube. But we will be flying to Detroit Sunday. So I told my mother, which plays piano for us at Determined Ministries Church, which she's getting better and better each and every Sunday. Praise God for that too. That we were going to try and pop on when we get up to the hotel and we get settled in. We wanted to try and pop on and let everyone know, so, hey, we're all right. We're here. We're going to have a good time. But what's your schedule, Steve? Are you going to be live next week?
Yeah, next week is the week before Christmas. Yeah, we'll be here through the
week before Christmas.
We'll be here the entire week. Then the week between Christmas is on Monday, right? So I think I used 4 vacation days: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I'll be off from Friday till the Tuesday after New Year.
Okay. Well, wow. Well, good. Well, hey, you know what? That's how you radio personalities do it. That's how Rick and Bubba, John Boy and Billy, and I guess that's how Steve Summers does it. They take all that time off, and Steve, it's well deserved. You definitely deserve it. And we're definitely going to miss you. But I know that the staff at Hot Shot will have some good best ofs going, and we'll have a good best of for you over at Determined Ministries Church. And we will be having our Christmas Eve service December 23rd. We're going to do it on that Saturday. We understand that a lot of people are getting ready, making preparations for when the fat man and his reindeer, and I ain't talking about inbred redneck, I'm talking about the one that lives in the North Pole, takes flight. So we know that families will be getting ready for that. And so we understand that. There's a lot of family get-togethers on the 24th, Christmas Eve. So we're just going to have our Christmas service at Determined Ministries Church, 5 o'clock, Saturday evening at 5 o'clock. So just tune in, look for us to go live for our Christmas service. And I want to thank the Nolt family for the wonderful Christmas ornament they handmade and sent to us. And also Brother Brimlow from Pennsylvania. He sent a nativity scene to us, Steve, and it's so beautiful. We got it set up inside Determined Ministries Church, and we just want to thank everyone for your support. As you often hear me say, Steve, every service, I said, as Tyler Childers plays Way of the Triune God as we open up every service, I could have church without you. You could have church without me, but we cannot have church unless we have the Holy Ghost. And the Holy Ghost is forevermore in this building and with our ministry, and we know He is. And just thank everybody. And I'm looking forward to a nice 2024, 2023. The Lord promised us we were going to have a building, and He once again, Steve, He's not a liar. God does not lie. He does not sleep. He's not even slumber. And even though I know Gilligan is going through a midlife crisis, and the word has it he's went and bought him a toupee, even the few hairs that's left on Gilligan's head, God knows even the number. And hey, that goes for me too, because I don't have too many left on my head as well. But old Gilligan in his midlife crisis, good Lord, he tried to call me. I need to call him back too. God bless him. Love him and Lucy to death. They're very good people, and one of these days I'm gonna get up there and visit with them, and go visit with Buckwheat, Trima Wheat, Ashley, Mario Kart, the rest of the family, and looking forward, Steve, to try and get up with J.R. Garton, Country Bumpkin. We're supposed to be getting up with him, so I'll be taking pictures and hopefully be able to get with him and have him posted. It'll be the first. He'll be one of the first people of the new show that I've actually met. I've talked to a good many of them.
Yeah.
But never had met any. Before I won't say his name, but he did a skit and he got his feelings hurt. Ain't come back. But Mr. Rod, before he was, I'll just say that part. I was supposed to get up with him, but he got his feelings hurt. He ain't been back since, and God bless him. I wish he would come back. But that being said, we were supposed to get together and never got together. He kind of blocked everyone from, blocked the show, blocked everyone that he had contact with. But to each his own, that's all right. Love him anyways. Gotta love him, Steve. And it's funny, we're talking about Gilligan. I'm pulling into a car parking lot. There's a Dodge Charger just about like the one that he bought. I guess I had to come up here and go through a midlife crisis and get it myself, Steve. What do you say?
Sound like a plan. I'd like to give it a test drive anyway.
Oh, you ain't kidding. Except my test drive, I want to take it to a drag strip and test drive it there. Man, that sounds even what old Jimmy C. Newman used to say, more better than good. Praise God. But Steve, if I don't get to talk to you again, have a very Merry Christmas, sir. And one of these days I'm gonna get up there and we're gonna have dinner, you, me, and the princess. And the Georgia Peaches broke everybody's heart. I see she's got her another man. So, the Georgia Peach reminds me of that song that Dave Dudley sang about girl on the billboard. Let me see if I can't get it right. Girl on the billboard in the field. Girl on the billboard in the field near the big old highway.
Wearing nothing but a smile and a towel.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. See now look, you ain't never jam gears a day of your life, but yet gear jamming songs. So that goes to show you one of us, brother. You one of us wearing a big old towel. But and I'm very happy for Wanda Bowman, the Georgia Peach, and hopefully I'll be able to meet her and everybody when we get up there. But one of these days, I'm looking forward to meeting y'all and eating dinner. And and if you want to drink the devil's mouthwash, you go right on ahead. I'll pass on that. Y'all can drink everything you want to drink of it. And even if Pappy wants to come on up there, I'd love to meet that old squid. We were texting back and forth during the Army-Navy game, and if he wants to smoke the devil's lettuce, it can be I'll just stand off from a distance while he fires it up, and maybe you two can hit the bong together, even though Gilligan says I'm part of the Bong Brothers. No, I don't partake in the devil's lettuce, God's children. But all joking aside, have a Merry Christmas if I don't talk to you again, and a very Happy New Year. Appreciate everything you do for us out here, all the news and the information. And Steve, once again, I appreciate you, the Lord moving on your heart, allowing me, that's what I say, allowing me to be able to come on your show and talk about my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and tell people about our church. And Steve, I believe our church, through the Lord Jesus Christ and the power of his blood, has made a difference in a lot of people's lives. It's made a difference in my life. And I've got to meet and, not, face-to-face meet, but meet through social media and this show so many wonderful people. And I thank you all for just standing by us, supporting us. And I love you. You just don't know how much I love you, how much I sit up here and I worry about people. I don't chew my fingernails or nothing like that, but, I have a heart of Christ, and I love people, and I want people to get healed. I want to be able to stay around, and I want to be able to meet people and stuff like that. So know that you do have someone up here all of 2023 has prayed for you, and if the Lord be willing, if I'm going to be here in 2024, I'll still be up here praying for you and loving you and having church all the same. But have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, Steve, and all y'all out there, I love you. You have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And, Steve, God bless you. I'll try and shout at you again, my friend.
All right. Merry Christmas.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I do believe Truckin' Phil is on board. Of course he is. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Looks like a high 40 for Fort Wayne, 39 Sterling Heights. All right, we'll do that. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back again. Only 12 days till Christmas. Enjoy the day. Thank you much, Truckin' Phil. Hey, just a few minutes left here, but Scarecrow back on board. Yes. Good morning.
Well, Steve, there was a buzzing taking place in my ear, and I thought, goodness gracious, that was almost like a bat signal. I better call in just to see what's going on there. Steve, when do we catch the rest of the story? Last night you were entertaining us with an interview of the Commander-in-Chief, and we were all enjoying it, and then it fell apart, and it's kind of left us hanging here. Do you have a plan for the rest?
I think the plan is we're going to go with next week, next Tuesday. There was something, some issue with editing or something, because if you were on like just the app side, the audio, everything was there, but we also had actual video with the boss man there on kind of a split screen with me. And something happened with, I guess, the editing of the video and whatnot. So I think Mindy's going to be going back to the drawing board maybe today, and well, probably next Tuesday. I think we're shooting for.
Okay. Well, as long as you don't forget about it.
Yeah, because Mark had
all on edge.
He had a lot of good things to say. He was just really getting going with about the whole taking over of Hot Shot Secrets. He had a lot more to fill us in on.
Oh yeah, man, we were still back around 2020 or so, or 2018. There's got to be a whole lot more of that story there. So, so you and Pup are going to be doing some moonlighting on the weekend, huh?
Well, I'm not sure that the job's actually available, but so if they need testers, why not?
Yeah, see, I missed I didn't truly catch the story you were talking about, but reading between the lines here, yeah, you guys, you want to avoid doing that testing over in South Korea. FaceTiming with Stewie there over the weekend. He was talking about, he has to have a little pep talk with all the new personnel that, come on base and such way. And he has to point out, Steve, they have a .03 limit for driving in South Korea. They don't horse around over there at all. And, he said basically it is a police state. And this is kind of, we've talked about the artificial intelligence and whatnot, frequently lately. Now it somewhat comes into play over there. They have cameras set up anywhere and everywhere that you go. If there's anything that takes place, there's multiple cameras that home in on it. And I'm almost led to believe that it's kind of like these. Yeah, we have them in this truck now too. These cameras that are on the driver, they're recording all the time. And if the camera picks out something you're doing that it doesn't feel proper, boom, it sends that recording off to the screeners or whoever for future evaluation. But kind of my thoughts, it might be somewhat the same programming, over there in the general public, that if a camera picks up on something, boom, just any other cameras in the area are able to, pick up on it, the whole facial recognition and, license plate, so no, you don't get away with squat over there, which... Yeah, and I mean... It worked.
.03 is about, like one drink, isn't it?
Oh, that's what Brandon said, one drink, and no, there's nobody that drinks in public, and then drives over there. They got, the fantastic, transportation system with the railroads and, trains and everything, but no, they don't mess around. There's always few personnel, although he says the Army, they don't seem to be held to quite the same high standards as the Air Force, personnel, but that's a different story too. But not even on base, the young guys, they gotta try and test the system, and they either spend time in the brig or they get a one-day ticket home.
You find yourself in trouble. All right. Well, hey, clock says we gotta roll here on a Wednesday. Hope you have a great day. Thanks for joining us. See you back here. Hopefully you can join us for the midnight hour next edition.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.